Okay, everybody, so I think we're good to go now. Yeah, let's do Sweep Up Operation 12. We're gonna do a quest I don't usually run as much. It's a... I remember it being like a good quest, but is it like new Mop Up Operation 3 or 4 level strong? No. But since it's in the rotation, I figured, you know, drop rate up, rare rate up, XP up. There's, I want to say offhand, 90 Gorons and like 41-ish Pyro Gorons and like 11 Zoos. We're testing my offhand knowledge. I vaguely recall looking at the numbers a long time ago for a video. It's pretty close. I feel like I'm only off by a little bit. And we're now testing something out. So I have added in the ability to see what the enemies drop in the bottom left. I don't know if I like it being super tall. Oh, chat paralyzed the Goron. Rip, GG. I don't know if I'm a fan of it being that tall. Might play around with that a little bit more. They added the ability to see drops, so you can see the Heaven Striker that we want. It does get very tall, I will admit. I was kind of hoping it would move the enemy health bar down. It feels like it's excessively tall. It is what it is, I guess. I'll think about it. But anyway, if you wanted to compare the rare rates in the bottom left, we're doing an experimental stream with this. Otherwise, this is just casual play today with XP up as the weak focus. We're gonna help people level some of their ults, or even some of their mains, potentially. If Coletta Retract also need help leveling their ults later, always feel free to ask. XP week is the perfect week to get another character to 80. That way they could be taken into other kinds of runs. I'm gonna debuff this since we don't have control. You can see it's now 82, so... Oh, so you see, now we're seeing the downside of the really tall enemy list. I actually can't read the chat. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, that menu is super tall. PSO now 82 might suffer in for some easier quests later. Yeah, sure, we could do stuff like that. I don't mind doing that. As I said before, this week is just... It's a bonus stream. I had some ideas in case people weren't around what to do. But essentially, this is just a week for the players, whether it's challenge mode, which unfortunately, we don't have a fourth person unless somebody was already at Seabed or something. I did volunteer that if somebody really wanted to fill in for Chris's slot in Seabed, I would venture into challenge mode for the group. I'm not feeling the best this week, unfortunately. I'm super exhausted. But it is what it is. Enemies are really far apart. Let me try good Bowie stacking, see if it's worth it in here. Yeah, that's even taller than my tech menu. It's kind of crazy. Well, I guess I got rewarded for playing today. Classic healing circle. So I was contemplating what to talk about as we go through just a couple sweep ups into whatever the group wants. I'm sure some people have already seen. There were some interesting YouTube comments I got recently on one of the guide videos. As a reminder, don't harass people in the comments if I happen to bring them up. Yeah, there was a very, we'll call it a scorcher. Scorcher of a take. It was a very interesting discussion with that individual. Oh, there's our 1 in 1300 V101 drop. RIP anime. I guess it's neat you can see the Striker Plus drops there. Yeah. I don't know, chat. I think you're always in for an interesting time when somebody starts quoting to you the number of game hours played in a video game. Like, it doesn't have to be PSO. I've had one of these comments before, not on PSO. I just kind of... I don't know how to interpret it sometimes. It's one of those things where I'm like... Am I in, like, all that they have that much free time? like, do they really think that game hours equate to skill? I'm not really sure. Like, I am more than fully ready to admit and just say, like, just straight up, I could be playing a lot better. I feel bad whenever I'm not doing the quick menu stuff. I feel bad when I don't have, like, certain items with me. I could not imagine some of the things that I get recommended on these guide videos. If I did that on stream, I feel like there would be an absolute riot, to be honest with you. So if you don't know what I'm alluding to, there was a conversation about specifically phone numerals and what their purpose in the game is in PSO. And I think there's, you know, there's room for criticism. There's things that, you know, potentially I could add into those guide videos. I don't remember, since it's been like many months at this point, if I went into details talking about how, especially in the more recent revelations, I've been really enjoying phone numeral and challenge mode. That was something I admitted at the time and now have actually played challenge mode. I would say I do enjoy that class a lot as a challenge mode class, but consequently, don't think I could just endorse, especially to newer players, the concept of just saying like every class is good. Because I would say the argument kind of boiled down to, you know, I can play however I want, and because I did it and I have more hours than you, I know what I'm talking about. And I'm ready to admit there are people that have probably played half of the time that I've played in, and they way outplay me. Just be real clear. I could not hold a candle, possibly, to many of their clears. Since they're more dedicated, potentially, into the grind, those hours are focused on a character. I'm sure there's stuff I could still learn today in regards to different character classes or like setups for quests. Like this quest, for example. I've not run this in like a long time. I'm not going to claim to be an expert or like a quote-unquote 3,000 hour player, end quote, when it comes to some of these clears. But I do feel like it's being dishonest to new players if we don't just acknowledge that characters have strengths and weaknesses. Like, I don't think I should pull like the wool over your eyes and tell you that like phone numeral is going to be better than phone numen in most runs, because they just aren't. I think it's important to highlight things, and maybe that's a fair criticism to say, you know, you should have talked more about, you know, her higher accuracy is actually pretty useful when you have challenge mode weapons for cancels, or talk about some of the weapon animations. I would say potentially that would be like a fair room for critique to add more to like where her accuracy benefits more than the ATP difference that she loses. Because let's be honest, the ATP issue with her is really a problem in high level play, where she just cannot wield very basic items like Excalibur. She has to go out of her way to equip things like Crimson Coat, Red Saber. Other players could just swap in, swap out. And she doesn't really have like a strong ATB clear when you're faced with a lot of enemies with high resistances, or even resistances that are low, but you're not able to effectively target them. And that usually ends up being stuff with, you know, there's multiple enemies that are weak to grants, for example. Not exactly a room clear spell. You know, most mini bosses in the game, in particular when you play multiplayer, take like no damage from techs. So I just find it very strange, like the aggression when we talk about, like, I do enjoy playing forces with techs. In fact, we're doing it right now. But I'm also not going to tell you in the same breath that you should only use techs when you play in harder areas. Like, we're playing in an area catered towards the strengths. Oh, I kind of remember this room. Catered towards the strengths of the phone numen, right? Episode 4 is like the Forces tech playground. This is why I enjoy playing Force here. But in the same flip side, you are not really going to see me go, oh, we're going to tower today. Why don't I bring in my phone numen for damage with MST? Do you know what I mean, chat? Like, we have to be kind of honest about it. And I think it's interesting, kind of like the potential to compare things, like for accuracy where demons is more useful, and how that potentially helps her runs. I think that, you know, that angle is important to explore, and even to some extent, I'm still exploring it with her to kind of justify the character slot usage over just how strong Phonumen is in, like, every single scenario. But from the standpoint of, you know, character strengths and weaknesses, I just could not imagine in doing something like Tower or doing something like Jungle with a lot of murder flowers and just refusing to do anything other than Tex in those scenarios. Like, Demons is incredibly useful. Bringer's Rifle is like a classic. I don't need it in this run because I believe in the team to have coverage. But like at the same time, like that's something we kind of... Oh, I got PD. That's unfortunate. I think it's just one of those things where like, if your team covers it, you might not necessarily need to do it. But I don't think it's the right angle to say like, oh, I got away with this. I got carried by people with really good loadouts. Therefore, no one has to potentially switch their tactics. So I was contemplating on stream today if I wanted to show you just how abysmal some of those runs were as a faux numeral. But honestly speaking, I've kind of done that already. We played a lot of Massive Attack, in particular the Random Attack, with faux numeral to warm up on some of the streams. And she has some big issues on even basic enemies in solo play. Like, I'll give an example from easy experience, because it comes up in that quest all the time. Chaos Sorcerers. She cannot kill Chaos Sorcerers worth a damn, chat. She is casting, like, 12 to 15, depending on, like, how much fire boosts you have, just to kill, like, a single Sorcerer with Foe. Or, in that same, one of the same streams that we've done with Massive Attack, I just showed that just a basic challenge mode weapon without Red Ring out-damaged her Foe when she's already, like, 2 items stacked for Tex on top of having V801. So it's like, it's just crazy to me to see those kinds of recommendations. And I don't want to give, like, a misleading impression to newer players. Like, I will preface this with, you could play what you want. Your play group might be able to build around you. But honestly, choosing to just actively never use any ATP, and that includes things like equipping Excalibur to just speed up Volt Op. This includes things like using demons on Gertabulus. It includes demons on things like Ilgil. I don't know how said person defeated Epsilon. I'm just gonna put my hands in the air. I don't know how they cleared it. I guarantee you it's not with Tex. If they did, that must be like a 40-minute run just on Epsilon. I mean, how many casts does it take to kill something with like 90 resistance? You're dealing sub 200 damage. And some of these enemies have between like 4 and potentially as high as 12,000 health. That's a really slow clear. I couldn't imagine dragging people into that. I don't know. It's just very weird to me, Chad. It's just, I see those kinds of comments. Granted, some of them feel like bait. But at the same time, like, if they're gonna post it there, I think it's an interesting discussion to an extent. But yeah, I wanna have our conversations grounded in some kind of reality or statistics. I don't really trust comments where they're like, oh, I don't know the resistances. And I'm like, listen, if you've played 3,000 hours and you can't tell me the damage difference with your character, that is more telling than anything I have to say in response to anything else. Like, it's kind of one of those things you would remember if you did it. You only really got to see it once to go, this is a bad idea. I shouldn't be doing like 60 to 180 damage, you know, to a target when I could just use bringers or something. Techium saying, I think it could also be a lot of cope realizing they aren't as good as they thought or something along those lines. Maybe. I don't know. I don't really want to put myself in their shoes, per se. But I just find it interesting, because I don't think, like, the concept of, like, time spent in a game equals experience. And I feel like that in itself was pretty Oh, my material. That in itself was pretty telling. I don't have to go into, like, every single point-for-point blow why they were just wrong. Because, I mean, it's just wrong on its face. But it's just one of those things where I think the goal when we play these kinds of things is, you know, the whole point of choosing the character class is just Oh no, they were definitely malicious. No, they were definitely malicious. I had to delete some comments of theirs already. 100% chat, they were malicious. But I think from the standpoint of, like, I've seen it before. I understand the impulse that, like, forces should only be tech casting, and I feel like episode 4 is like an apology for how bad it was in episode 2 and how unfun parts of episode 1 were. So I'm happy to be able to do these kinds of quests with chat. We're bringing it full circle, where I'm like, okay, I feel like I can actually do stuff again. I saw that deleted comment in real time. Oh, it was a very interesting comment. Yeah, like, exactly, because people wouldn't know, and that's why I bring it up in those conversations, like, how important ATA is. Like, it becomes less relevant as people become extremely well-geared, but I just find it, like, an interesting argument that, you know, they're talking about, like, oh, you're discounting the use of Jellin and all these other things, and I'm like, listen, at high-level play, Jellin doesn't matter. At medium-level play, getting knocked down because your defense is so low and your HP is so low on a character is a huge problem. So I'm like, the fact that you have to, like, really micromanage down to your, like, oh man, am I even gonna survive an Epsilon? Like, if I don't have this, I just don't live. Like, Epsilon's damage by itself is like, if I don't bring X, Y, and Z, I'm gonna take fire damage and die, or I'm gonna get blown up by Gaigui. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things where it's like, it's just weird to me, chat. Yeah, so it's like one of those things where, like, I'm not gonna claim to know every in and out. There are hundreds of players, I'm sure, that can just smoke me in any given run, on any given day, on any given challenge. I am not gonna question that, but I just find it very interesting to be so competitive about using your character strengths. Like, we should be welcoming the fact that she has higher ATA than some of the other characters, so she is excellent at landing those attacks. Doesn't matter, Jello Cast, I'm still at 3 healing with me and I die. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there were some other interesting comments from the same person. So I left it up there as an archive. I will not go out of my way to delete those, because I think those comments are an interesting read. Like, I just really wonder, I'm not thinking about why they think that. I think, like, why did they decide to go into a guide and comment on those things? Like, what brought them to the video? I don't really care about their opinion. Like, I'm just like, I find that more interesting. I'm like, were they just browsing GameCube, or were they just filled with, like, a lot of annoyance at, like, Blueburst? I don't know. It's just weird. Like, just to be clear, chat, this person definitely had some issues with Ephinea specifically. I think I don't want to misquote them, but I know they were complaining about, like how dare certain quests be reduced to Gafoe stacking and things like that. And I'm like, but you're a force. I don't know. The Great Mysteries of 2025. As I said before, it's an interesting read. I will leave it there for people that are curious. By all means, go peruse the comments if you wish. But as a reminder, don't harass said people. But those are the kinds of things where, like, again, hours don't really translate to game experience. There are people that can break this game, and they could do it in ways that I'm sure I haven't even thought of. And I welcome the ability to learn from those players if we happen to go into public games, or if we happen to be in the discussions like we are in chat here. So I think that should be the attitude towards those kinds of things. Because I know, for example, like, would I have learned that Bolt Up takes more damage by holding a melee weapon on my own? No. I would have been confused why it got clearer, and maybe after, like, a lot of repeated runs, maybe I would have thought about it. I would have just thought it was PSO jank, because let's be fair, PSO jank is a good summary of why things happen that way. Yeah. It's kind of one of those things. Yeah, and exactly, Techim's bringing up a point where, like, there's videos of people doing, like, male katana warps in TTF. I might try those at some point. I'd be more willing to do that in, like, obviously, like, a single-player environment versus multiplayer. Since I genuinely do like Red ID TTF full clears. Well, mostly full clears. I don't think pan arms are worth killing there. But from that standpoint, it's one of those things where there's always something new to learn. Like, we have people that have, like, they literally come on stream and they do videos, and they have, like, very extensive guides, and they've done challenge runs, and things like that. And we're still learning from them, and then they see stuff on stream, we're like, wow, I didn't know that. Or, like, people will be playing for, like, 3 or 4 years, and then they'll go, oh, I didn't know you could kill dragon instantly and save, like, time by just stacking damage right as the dragon goes to switch faces. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just, like, a lot of little PSO jank, and, like, some people know it. And I think the goal, as we go on these streams, is to hopefully create what will be considered, like, I guess, like, an archive of it. Oh, thank you, Elk. You're now Red Raven, welcome. Thank you for the good luck on the exploding game. Oh, I got destroyed. That's what I get for reading. Anyway, enjoy the Konvoy, Marissa's. Just not the bird, okay. Get rid of these things. So yeah, I think as, you know, we go into the, you know, PSO, we should welcome the challenge on expectations. Because I mean, that's basically what speedrunning is, right? Like, people are like, I'm gonna find a way that nobody else has ever possibly broken this game before. I just find it a very interesting mindset to be so against learning mechanics of the game. Like, it's a personal preference, for example, if you would prefer to use the spell menu. Like, technically, you don't need it to beat the game. But, like, does that improve your performance? Does it help you with clears? Does it add consistency to the runs, where otherwise it could be dropped by human inputs? Absolutely. Like, if I'm going to recognize I'm going to be in a room for a while, like, why wouldn't I do it? Just kind of like one of those things where, like, sometimes it just helps to have those things communicated on stream, and I'll try to do it where it makes sense. I feel bad for the people that have listened for, you know, months, and they're like, oh, he's talking about Konvoy again. But, you know, I do feel like every now and then we have to talk to make sure people understand there. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, if you're playing, like, casual PSO and you're not getting, like, boosted and you're not even running TTF, I mean, it could be, like, 100 hours before you even potentially enter Ultimate. And that's, like, quote-unquote, where the real gameplay begins. I just find it interesting. Because my flip side is, man, you've been streaming for a couple of years. You really got to step up your mechanics. That's how I take it when I stream. I'm like, every year I try to improve just a little bit. So I'm not just sitting here doing the same thing every time. I'm trying something a little different. I feel like it's a challenge to myself to just do better, even if it's not like a time attack goal. And I think that's how PSO should be viewed, especially if we're doing a lot of runs. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I just find it, I don't know, mind-boggling to me. Anyway, I found humor in the conversation, ultimately. I thought it was interesting to discuss the concept of the Force. So people get very defensive over picks and/or are just, like, very trolly. Either way. Just one of those things that, what don't drop. Definitely gives us additional topics to talk about. You know what? 300 XP a second? That's actually pretty solid. Yeah, like, I'll use Jellin in this quest because, you know, we have people that are leveling. We're not gonna go for, like, perfect position for trapping and stuff like that. But, like, generally speaking, I don't really want to waste my time using Jellin. Like, am I gonna Jellin things in forests? No. Am I gonna Jellin things in caves? No. Am I gonna Jellin things in tower? No. Sometimes I'll do it in seabed at high level play, but again, the goal is to be pumping out stuns, to be using potentially bringer rifle and stuff like that. It's more important I drop the Zalor and then prepare for another wave. Like, that's what I like about episode 4. It's not about, like, what wave are you fighting? It's what wave are you fighting next? And I guess in some way, PSO is like that for every character class. But I feel like the on-screen reward is a lot more obvious with Gafoi to me. So it teaches me as a player that if I know what the next wave is, even if I'm not to the point I understand their pixel positions, the fact that I know I can stack here saves a lot of time in the future. So, like, without the team doing anything, I've done, like, almost 2,000 damage to the Yowies. You know what I mean? So they don't have to, like, really waste their time killing those, and they can focus on something else. And I will say, though, I guess funny enough, we do sometimes use techs in tower. But again, the purpose is not for clears, it's for the stun lock. The people are slightly out of position. You know, especially in the anniversary quest as well as the Christmas quest. I want to say December Disaster too. Both of them give you very ample opportunities in order to stun lock the big threats because they clump them all together. And I totally get it if that was like the conversation of like, oh, techs are actually useful in tower, just not for killing. I would actually be behind that. I don't even think I would disagree with that. There are some quests where it's just not relevant at all. Where it's just like, no. You need to just be deloring, demoning, and nothing else. But there are other situations where potentially stun locking enemies or letting your other Hugh cast get into position, etc., is more useful. Like, here's an example. Am I going to gel in this wave? No. Am I going to trust that the group will probably freeze trap the room? Absolutely. And if they don't, it's fine. It's one of those things. That game says, if a force has Lieutenant Mantle equipped and they cast Gafoi, can they cast Insta Freeze Trap if they Twin Blaze? Force has Lieutenant Mantle equipped and cast Gafoi. Oh, I'm sorry, not can cast is in the class. Yes. So it can be very annoying if forces have Lieutenant Mantle because their Gafoi lingers forever. I've done that a couple times. I don't remember what year that was that I last did that. It might have been like 3 years ago. I just kind of put it on because I'm like, oh, I can mass clear traps, which is like situationally useful in episode 4, right? Like there are some very annoying quests that just have like walls of traps, and you could like divine laser them. But yeah, same principle when you're the raw moral, you could do that with the force, which is hilarious. So for example, if I were a Lieutenant Mantle and we were doing TTF, you would not be able to time any trap to detonate because I could just have Gafoi stacked, and you could just choose to insta detonate if you wanted to. So I guess with like good coordination, it's kind of funny to do. So it's just kind of one of those things. I mean, that's how we were just kind of feeling things out, like from the standpoint. Oops. I'm bad, I didn't hit the rat base. Yeah, I felt bad when I was doing that with Realmarl, sniping them with stupid stuff. I was like, well, at least I could try to insta detonate them on purpose. That was my thought process with some of those characters. I think she still has a Lieutenant Mantle on, and my Realmar is switched over to Virus Armor, I want to say. Yeah, there's some interesting coordination you could do with teams that I would say are not quite meta, and I think those are very interesting things to discuss. People have like their preferred clear methods. It's kind of like when we play things like Christmas Fiasco, right? And we get to the end, we get to the final wave with all the Gertabulu. Like, depending on your gear level, you're gonna approach that Gertabulu wave with a very different set of abilities. I don't know why Mercurius Rod is still useful. Yeah, that level 3 Gafoi is kind of real. I got excited. I don't know why I got excited. Silly me, it's only Photon Crystal. Yeah, and I would say, like, definitely, like, I would love to play around more with things like, you know, your 40-hit Frozen Shooter converted into Snow Queen kind of deals. I'm not interested enough to just go into sandbox for it. I just like to eventually experience it within the game before I stop playing. That's kind of on the bucket list of PSO before I'm done with the game. Where I think there's a lot of really cool tactics that can involve, like, harder to acquire weapons that are game-changing in the run. Wish there's a neutralizer for Snow Queens. Oof. Almost bought you a Psycho Wand? Oh no. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where, like, you kind of want to experience it, but you don't really want to experience it for 40 PDs. Do you know what I mean? Like, you want to know. That game bought it? Nice. It's like, you kind of want to know what it's like. It could be useful. Yeah, I bought some photon crystals to help out newer players. So I should have a decent amount in the bank. So keep in mind, I have 55 here, but I have like 80 on another character. So these photon crystals are literally just to do last one Master Raven runs. I'll be real honest with you, chat. That's all they're going to be used for. I really just want to get a very basic Master Raven. I can't believe I have not received one still. Well, no, that's not true. I've received literally one, and I used that to make not last one. Twin Bird? Dual Bird. Something like that. I made that weapon because I was like, oh, it's a long-range mech gun. Maybe I'll have fun with it with Yuka Seal. Then I played with it, and I was like, I made a mistake. It's like, it's just not that good. Yeah, the disappointment set in real quick. I was like, man. Just one of those things. I just shake my head. I'm like, alright, chat, And it's like, I'm not doing an active hunt for Psycho 1. I mean, we do Psycho 1 hunts on stream. It's just not usually the main hunt. Like, in any given stream, we do end up doing a lot of Psycho 1. It's just that the amount needed for an Uber to drop is way more than other items. Like, I would say it was safe to say, like, during the event, we probably had over 400 attempts at Psycho 1 before we cleared. Because you have to think about it this way. We played how many TTFs with the Sorcerers? Like, technically that's a Psycho 1 drop. So it's like, if you have four Sorcerers every TTF, and we played multiple times a day, multiple TTFs, it'll happen eventually. But we'll maybe slip in some more realistic to drop ones, like your classic blue seabed, or maybe more all-ran ones, which we did run last year. Yeah, Dual Bird would have been nice with hit. Striker. Yeah, can you imagine if they decide to update and fix like episode 2 and they're like, you know what, we're gonna give you a reason to play some of these areas in episode 2. Why don't you just or like, what just go to spaceship and maybe you'll get last swan with it. Like, could you imagine? You just turn around, they're like, oh yeah, we're just gonna Master Raven's just gonna be a drop from like Overflow or something. Don't worry about it. Speaking of spearing, I do need to spear on stream at some point. They put last swan in spaceship. I mean, it's like they technically have Rambling May. I'd be more excited if Spaceship got updated. True, there are some very lackluster drops. I mean, obviously you have Daylight Scar and Gurren, but like, if you're not one of those 3 IDs, what are you even playing it for? Let me be real with you. Like, are we gonna try to honestly say you're playing Purple ID Ignition Cloak? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm like, there's like one quest that's decent, that's not an event quest. I don't know, but like, I'm really doubtful. I have these thoughts too, but then again, at what point does it stop being flavored vanilla and not modded? I mean, it's already not vanilla. I mean, even things like Rambling May, I think, didn't really exist with Hit until the server, if I understand correctly, because it was just an quest reward before, from what I remember. Jack can fact check me in real time. I'm pretty sure it only used to be a quest reward. Yeah. It's kind of like, or like, basic things like Cleo is usable by Hunu rules in this server, but that's not a normal function. There's things where I'm like, okay, I don't really think it impacts very much. It's kind of funny that there's still several items that are not released. I'm not sure if they'll ever decide to release them. I don't know if chat knows about that. That's the fun fact. When you get really bored and you do research and you find out like stupid, obscure things that are not relevant. I mean, other than Sonic Team Armor, I'm assuming most people know about that. Is someone in my dressing room random button in a crafting system? Yeah, the Megat Fist, exactly. The Black Gauntlet. Which has a very high EDK, which actually would have been super good for female characters, to be honest. I would have solved some of their EDK problems. I think it's like 30 or 35 EDK offhand. It's definitely higher than most shields are. So it's just one of those things where, you know, they'll update it a little bit. There are items that are programmed but just can't be gotten. Technically there are several items you can attain that don't drop from anything. They're like event items. Oh boy, what was the name of that item? I'm not talking about Ismalia. That one you can exchange for eggs. And it's like a rare wand that has different texts. And it's one of the few ways you can cast text as a cast. Fun fact. There's, I want to say it's like Gohi. There's some like really weird banner shield you can get that is like only an event drop and stuff like that. There's items that they definitely have hidden and have left there. I don't know if there's things that are unattainable. I would say maybe if you count things like the currency needed to play the gamble quest in episode 1, then yes. Fun fact, did you know there's a casino quest in episode 1? There's your PSO fun fact. Did you know? You can't enter it though, because there's no way to get the thing currently in Ephinea. You can only see the grouped up rappies in Forest. Yeah, some other items they've kind of relegated to, you know, if you get an item ticket, you get access to it, etc., etc. But I'm not sure if there's other items that are just completely unattainable. I would say, like, there's ones that are, like, air quotes unattainable, like they were previously attainable but no longer attainable. I want to say there was a type Wind Sword that used to drop back in, like, 2017 that's no longer available, and they'll never release it ever again, from my understanding. They thought it was too strong. But, like, that technically exists. Have fun with that, by the way. Good luck, collectors. Yeah, otherwise, I think by definition, the one that is truly unattainable, unless you're a mod, would be things like the Sonic Team Armor. It just gives you hyper resistances, which is kind of funny that, if you think about it, that I don't think the Sonic Team Armor gives you enough EDK to survive Miracle, so they still die in tower. Imagine being a bot and still getting one-shot by Miracle. just do better. Not even the power of Tails and Sonic can save you from Tower. Perish, mortal. And I guess for people that didn't know, there is technically an EDK total you can resist the murder flowers at. It's just not legally attainable. Gotta get your 4-digit EDK. That is not the ability I want. Yeah, it's like several thousand. I don't remember the exact number. Set up a stack. A nice freeze going. Yeah, maybe if I change my resolution, I might stick with the full drop thing. As I said before, I wish it just moved the enemy health bar lower, so that way the menu is not as tall. That would be my only feedback. It's interesting. I understand why there's a blank space there, but at the same time, it's very tall. It is what it is, though, I guess. Because I would absolutely get rid of the row for the debuffs, because I don't find them super helpful. If I have to look at them to see what it is, it's too late. You know, that's more of a vanilla mechanic versus, like, anything else. Yeah, I mean, Omnispawn is pretty huge. Hopefully they do a little more with that. I know they'll be adjusting RBR at some point. So we'll see what they end up doing. I do kind of agree that there's quests that are in the rotation that are just always bad. Like, even if they are quote-unquote niche hunts, they are still worse than other options without the bonuses. Hopefully... Oh, I got one shot. That's what I get for looking at chat. Yeah, there's just some that it's just like, I don't know. Steel Jade Sword, nice. It's like you almost need a weighting system where like the different quests are in different tiers. But the problem is like, it's very easy to overcomplicate it. I can't think of it just like oh, it's easy. Just swap this value with this value and you're good. You know what I mean? Like it would just be complicated to convey correctly. And generally that has not been the approach in the past. Like for example, they tried briefly the idea that if you cap a drop rate on a monster, so let's say you're in a special event and drop rate is 150%, but you have 80% base. Instead of the drop rate going to waste, it used to roll over to rare items, and they got rid of that because they thought it was too confusing. Like, I understand it, like, in principle, it's simple, but people just didn't get it. So it's like, it's hard to think of something that would just be like a snap. Something you could very easily display at the top. Or something like that. Because it's like, you don't want to introduce, like, too many quests, because then it could split it up. The weekly rotations definitely keeps people involved a bit more. So it's like, do they want to risk running two systems of like a monthly and a weekly? Do they want to add more weeklies? How do they make the bonuses a little better without it becoming like a mandatory grind fest? There's a lot of things they could do. I'm just not sure where they envision it. That's unfortunate. He teleported exactly where I was trying to walk. Yeah. I never got to the point where I was strong enough to really hard grind HBR. I think the problem is, like, if you want to get an understanding of how people didn't really enjoy HBR for people that haven't played the Hunter Boost Road, if you played the anniversary event, That was basically HBR, where you had to play, well, sort of HBR. You had to play like a whole bunch of quests, and whatever one is lowest clear is bonus. So that's pretty similar between the different events. The difference being that when they tried to apply that to the anniversary event, instead of it just being like your personal lowest clear impacts the bonuses, it's the server's lowest bonus that impacted the services. So it's kind of unfortunate that we saw a lot of, in the anniversary, people just only grind Forest. I mean, it's completely expected because that's what happens. Like, I don't know what they thought was going to happen. But yeah, people are going to play Forest. If the option is do hard quest with low reward, or do Forest, which is Terrell's equivalency, they're going to play Forest. It's just like, the time and effort to reward ratio was pretty bad for a lot of those other areas, which is a bit unfortunate. Don't get me wrong, I think some of the other areas were good for reward. Like, I know I had a lot of fun with Episode 4 Underground, where it was just a cutout of the boss rush quests, but with a couple more Gratias implemented. I enjoyed that a lot. Oh, I'm out of range at debuff. My bad. It's like, why is my Zalure not going off? So, I'm curious what they'll do with the next anniversary event, so it doesn't do that as much. And I think, you know, it's good to have some more complicated events. Like, anniversary event is, I think, allowed to be more complicated, so I'm not asking to remove complexity there. It's something, you know, the server can get up behind and enjoy, potentially. But at the same time, I don't know if something that's like a weekly rotational bonus, how complicated do you really want to make it? To go back to the Photon Horde rewards, I was going to say, funny enough, I think that's how I got my first Photon Sphere. I just got one from, like, the anniversary events. The old days anniversary event bonuses were bonkers. For people that were not around for some of that, I still have a video to this day. One of our first power leveling of Force videos was when it was a 300% XP bonus in episode 4. And I feel so bad because I barely knew what I was doing then, because I think that was literally one of my first forces. And obviously now I play a lot stronger with menus and stuff like that. I know about all the little tricks compared to then, but I just find it really funny how high those bonuses were. I think I even have videos of us doing, I think it was the Halloween cookie quest with those bonuses. So for like one brief year, or not even a whole year, like for a few brief months, for those that don't remember, the Halloween cookies used to stack with the event bonuses. so there was like a 400% XP, 300% rare for 1 year. It would only happen 1 year that I remember. That was when it first came out. So you had some bonker runs in there. I wish we did some of those. Like, man, if only I played 1 year earlier, I would have been strong enough to do those. I'm not sure. I'd have to check the year. It wasn't the first year I played, so it would have been maybe the 4th year anniversary. If I had to pinpoint an approximation, it can't be within the first 2 years because I didn't play then. I don't think it was the 3rd year, because I don't think I streamed then. I want to say it's probably the 4th year that the server was out that happened. Yeah, it was one of those things. If I had just waited, if I just started 1 year earlier, I would have been like way higher in wealth comparatively. Yeah, for those that aren't aware, there were like literal anniversary events where it's like, here's a Photon Horde, here's or equivalency of Photon Horde, here's another Photon Sphere, here's another Photon Sphere. So it's like, oh man, crazy. Do a couple more of these, we'll switch up the quest. I like the XP on this quest. Like, this is a quest where I don't think it needs a lot to be really strong. So it gives you something to do outside of Rare Week, which is kind of nice. And I think that's kind of the problem. I think there's some, like, I don't know if how random, quote unquote, they should let the weekly quests be, because I think we can all agree there's some quests that are really great when they line up with the bonuses, and others that are just heinous to do here. So I don't know if they should consider a list of, like, this quest should not appear when it's XP week, etc., etc. I don't know. Something needs to be adjusted for sure. It's like, this enemy has all these rare enemies, and then it appears during just like normal XP week or something. It's like, really? Pointless. GG. Yeah, I do think there's a lot of quests that are on the list that are just not really that fun to run. Some of it is just inherently the quest is just kind of awkward. Some of it requires like a lot of coordination in order to even complete it. Like, technically we could be doing that episode 1 Ruins quest, which there's nothing wrong with like Helpalash, but it's like it usually just requires a lot of, you know, oh, we're gonna TP here, and then maybe we split here for doing this hunt, and it's just like, it's okay to have a couple of those quests, but I don't know. Some of the other quests where it just feels like kind of a big walking simulator. It's like, it's only really fast if everybody is extremely geared. Even that, it's still not like a preferred way to hunt. Makes me sad. Oh no. Tiggy, we were talking about that earlier. Welcome, Tiggy. Oakleaf says, yeah, whenever I started, I can take advantage of the anniversary around the time for just Forest, and was worth even without getting full via HBR. Yeah, for the I distinctly remember starting like a month before the 3rd year anniversary. I barely got a character into Ultimate to get the reward, because you had to kill like, I think 100? It wasn't like guaranteed that you got the weapon sphere, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have to somehow level. I have like 1 week left in the anniversary. I need to make sure I actually get something from this. Oh man. Knew about Ephinea, but it didn't bother. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, Tiggy, that's one of those things. How did you feel about that comment, Tiggy, when you read the comment? I'm assuming you've looked at it. It was something. Select on Arma 3 Battle Royale games. Aw. I see. Don't worry, Tiggy. We're atoning by only using text on today's stream in episode 4. That'll be my penance for daring to use demons and other things when we're in harder areas. I didn't look at it and wanted to save my sanity. That's fair. Like, I know I write big blocks of text in comments, and people that have commented on my videos will probably agree with that. I usually write like 15 plus sentences. I try to split it at least into paragraphs so it's a bit more readable. Like every 3 sentences I'll just break it up. But it's just one of those things where it was like, oh boy, I got a block of text. This is gonna be a fun read. It's like, okay. You ever just see nonsense, just sigh and stop typing? I mean, there's definitely a point where I'm like, oh, okay. I definitely got to it was like the 3rd comment. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm good. I don't think I want to waste more time with this person. We're good. Yeah. It is unfortunate, as it were. The big berserk. Oh, it's true. Yeah, I almost forgot that. Yeah, as I said before, there were some interesting phrases in there. That line killed me. Yeah, that was something. It's just, I mean, we could have a reading of it if chat wants. Could read out the full comment. It's very long. It'll count as story time at some point. It'll take me a good 5 minutes to read out loud. I almost guarantee you. If I read both comments, it will be. Oh, but look out, chat. You're part of the Ephinea, what was it, collective? What word? I don't remember what word was used. You're all being brainwashed by, you know, big berserk pushers. Just look out. Anything your worst comment stream when? I mean, the best part is even if they delete it, I have the text. It's like they could try to remove it. It's in my notifications. It's in my email forever. There's nothing they could do to get rid of that comment. Even if they wanted to. I'll literally repost it. I don't care. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. It sounds like we have to read the comment out. We'll read the comment for people that are not there. Where is this comment? I linked it in the Discord. I'll read it, but I won't say who it's from. Well, that way we can keep it stream friendly. But it's a very interesting read. I'll even read the deleted comment to you. I deleted that within 30 minutes. When I saw it, I was like, oh, okay. It's like, big berserk industrial complex too strong. Yeah, I mean, like, Techium jokes, but it is kind of worded like that. That's where I was like, oh, okay. Like, I'm not continuing this conversation. Yeah, it sounds like we need story time. How's this, chat? When we clear this quest, I'm gonna open it up in another window, and I will do my best to read it as we go through the quest. I just can't do it right now since I'm Gafoi stacking, which they hate, by the way. They really hate Gafoi stacking. So we'll try not to put words in their mouth. We're just literally gonna read the comment. We'll try to be fair on stream, and chat can make up their own minds as to what they think it is. Or I guess according to them, you're not really making up your minds. I'm making up your minds for you, but we'll go into that later, I guess. It's something. Like, I think the topic they had was interesting. It was it's just the way to describe the rest of it. Which, I mean, if it's a troll comment, that's fine. They just gave me content. Right, chat? Like, I'm not even mad. I think it's actually funny at this point. Meet big berserk in your area. Yeah, interesting topic. Yeah, like, it's actually a good topic, like, genuinely speaking. I'm not even gonna discredit the person on the topic. They just did it in, like, the worst manner possible, but you know, it is what it is. I was like, yeah, as I said before, it's interesting. I'm pretty sure in there, people got accused of cheating for something. As I said, but there's a certain point where I kind of glazed over. I wasn't really reading the comment anymore. So we'll try to give it justice in a couple minutes. So we'll read it out officially. Yeah, might as well rebuff. I got some time. Yeah, I'll read the deleted comment for you too. That person was spewing nonsense. Oh no, they definitely were. It started off like already on an interesting note, but oh man, by the second comment, it was something. Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, I forgot about hitting the whole room with dark flow. No, that's spoilers. we're gonna hold off. It's something. It's certainly something. We're gonna go through it real slow. Cat should probably clip and or highlight their favorite parts. Immortalize it forever. Feel free to meme any of those quotes as needed in the chat. Like, it'll be something. Oh, I missed the lore 30. I'm dumb. Should have picked that up. Oh well. I thought it said 20 for some reason. Oh well. I'm not going back for it. I do have like one more force to complete, but it's not that hard to get as a lore. Oh no, we're getting like the, what are they called? The block quotes before the big reveal. this music. That game says, mid-Christmas event, I joined a CF4 and we had 2 casts. I asked them to please arrest the door finds them. I was told to arrest them myself and they both went to demons them with their demon rifle. Ooh. Yeah. Whoever it was, they were just salty they didn't have cookies. Oh no, there was some big salt, Promethean. There is no doubt some big salt. It's like... Oh man, the big salt is real. Yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate. I mean, like, as I said before, some of it comes from knowledge. Like, there's nothing that, like, inherently shows you demons is lower, right? Like, if you're not looking at the wiki, and you've been playing in, like, normal, hard, very hard, you're like, oh, demons works fine on casts. So it's just, there's a lot of little things that you don't pick up if you're not, like, actively looking for them. I mean, eventually you should probably notice. With health bar readers, you would hope. It is what it is. I'm just bobbing my head to the music. Kind of like this song. It does remind me very much of Dungeon Drafters, which I think I mentioned last time this music came up. I absolutely could see that in this game. Oh, I got knocked down right as I went to Rabarta the zoo. Trolled. So sad. Also, I love my hilarious lack of TP usage. Thank you, Mother Garb, that I probably... This one was probably specifically from Hellcleave. Hellcleave helped me get a few. I'm finally using them, Hellcleave. I did it. Mission accomplished. Sanity acquired. After giving up on just not getting any Adepts for like 2 years in a row. Rip Adepts, chat. I don't think I'm allowed to have that item anymore. It's just, it's not in the drop list for me. Well, speaking of up-and-coming things for the year, I saw that they're potentially going to rework pickup. So, like, for people that don't know what I'm talking about, whenever you step over an item, right, it keeps swapping your action with the pickup. They're thinking about and testing currently the ability to stop that behavior from occurring. That way you always have access to your normal buttons. And I think they're also extending that same ability to go in and out with the ability to not activate Mag Blast. So you have to press like another button to Mag Blast. Which I think a lot of people would... I think more people would like that maybe a bit more than the pickup, to be honest. Just because there are a lot of times people are like, damn, I got locked out of my X ability due to Photon Blast. I would say like the pickup thing is more annoying if you're doing like cookie quests for sure. Legoland runs is to kill teammates or to troll them. Promethean's the real the real PSO player. Yeah, I know. Eventually they'll be able to not Mag Blast, regardless of controller or keyboard craft. I think that's genuinely useful. I've been pretty good about not accidentally Photon Blasting. I think I only had 1 or 2 the entirety of the year. I remember at one point somebody was asking if I was playing on keyboard or controller, and I'm like, okay, that's how I know I'm playing decent enough. If somebody has to ask so they can't immediately tell, I'm like, okay, we're doing well. Right, chat? I'm like, okay. I haven't been outed. Okay, let's get some debuffs here. I guess I'll gel on them just because. I was gonna say, it's kind of like when we play with Tiggy, we see his Dark Flow. We gotta slot in that Star Atomizer just for him. Oh yeah, speaking of which, chat, hope you've been enjoying the new emotes. I had been saying that I would do it, and I finally fulfilled the promise of using the Better Twitch TV emotes. So I did add a whole bunch of them. So if people want to see what is available on the stream, you could do exclamation mark, I think it's emotes, followed by space BTTV. Eventually I'll set that up on my stream decks just so I can show it off. So that'll tell you all the ones that are there. Yeah, so all those are currently active. I think 7V is the new emote extension people use now. I'm not familiar with it. I'm very behind the times when it comes to those things. I don't know what 7B is. I'll have to look it up later. I think there's support for multiple emote systems in Twitch itself. Or not Twitch itself, Stream Elements itself. Oh, it combines the two? Interesting. Promethean just sees a bunch of words. Well, on stream, you can see all those things. Better TTTV pulls from BTTV, 7TV, frequency. Makes sense. As I said before, Stream Elements I think supports everything, so I think we should be good there. So yeah, hopefully you enjoy all the emotes on stream. Competition. Alright, John, we're gonna do this quest one more time and we're gonna have story time. Do I have to install an extension to see them in the chat? I think so. I'm going to defer to probably yes. On Stream Elements, they pop up at least, because Stream Elements has the extension. Alright, Jenna, I'm looking for the comment. Give me a second. I'm gonna click my own video link I did earlier. I'm just gonna stretch this bad boy. Man, this comment is so long. Alright, we'll have a part 1 and a part 2. Okay, let's join the game. We'll begin story time in a moment. Yeah, no, yeah. If you are a VIP, I think you're allowed to link without any issues. That's an added bonus if you just become VIP. I don't believe I block any VIPs from links. Definitely not if you're a mod. That's the added bonus there. I'm trying to think if I should give a voice to this as I go through. Let me rehydrate. This is gonna be a long one. Cheers, apparently. Thank you for trying. We're gonna hydrate. You can start whenever.
Is special.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I think you could. I mean, I'll probably ban you if you abuse it now. I have to manually make you a VIP, but I can do it in a moment. Sadly, I don't think there's an automated way to do that I'm aware of. I will need 1 minute before I join the quest. I gotta go find where it is. That's it. They put in like a weird menu. I always forget where it is. Be 1 minute. No. Setting. I'll find it eventually, Chad. Chad knows where it is. I'll figure it out. I know it's in here somewhere. There are many things here. Oh, it's not under community. Oh, no, it's under that community. Oh, it's under that community tab. Okay, I see. All right, so we'll do retract. You are now officially a VIP. Chat got me off guard with the request. Okay. Move our mouse out of the way. Go catch up with the group. Okay, chat. I'm gonna do my best to narrate and play at the same time, which is very interesting because they're kind of far apart from each other. Let's prepare ourselves mentally. Let's take one more drink. It's gonna be a long one. The phoneural slander will not stand, other than set damage, notably Ultimate Falls P3/. She was my strongest warrior. Soloing was completely fine. This was all offline play on GameCube. No access to all those cool things like Adept or V801 or what have you. As somebody who is probably close to 3,000 hours on the GameCube version of the game, all offline, I don't understand this emphasis on meta. It is so enforced that it becomes a disqualifying factor. Are people going to go out of their way to not party with people who aren't utilizing things the way they're outlined in your guides? I gotta aim myself briefly here. I've never used ATP on forces. Techniques are all you ever need. In terms of multiplayer, I don't know if this is a version diff, but I don't recall many, if any, resistances changing between playing alone or playing with friends. And if they did, it wasn't to a degree that made things impossible. It's of no consequence that a bringer becomes notably stronger against ice, unless it's a force-only party. Even then, none of the attacks are unavoidable, so it doesn't really matter. These guides have good information, yes, but in almost every episode I've seen so far, this has been optimizing the fun out of the game by hyper-fixating on things that a vast majority of the people won't need to know. On the topic specifically of the lack of DFP for faux numeral, it's also of no consequence once Jellin is part of the equation. Ruins mobs... Where was I on that? Oh, this comment is so long, I lost track for a moment. Ruin mobs went from dealing 1/3 to 1/2 of my health to barely dealing 100 damage a swing. So why would I care at all about a DFP deficiency? Jellin is happening every single rune, every single mob, as well as shifted to Van Zalor. I also can't believe... Oh, 1 second, I gotta actually debuff here. I have to Jellin in a room. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. I also can't believe you just throw the fact that Phoneural is extremely high evasion out the window when it's the superior defense paired with Jellin application. I'd rather take 0 damage and almost no damage when I do get hit. Oh, I gotta reposition here for a second. Briefly had to look at the screen. I also can't believe you throw the fact that Phoneural is a high evasion out the window. I'd rather take 0 damage and almost no damage when I do get hit than never avoid damage and just constantly getting chipped down. The only risk to Phoneural is set damage, and aside from Epsilon, is overcome via levels, materials, and at worst, slot on armor. Which, I'm gonna be real honest with you. We're gonna pause on that statement there. Having to give up your slots because your character is just not good enough on their own to survive it is definitely a weakness. But anyway, let's continue. People should take a lot of this information with a ton of salt, unless you're running challenge mode, parentheses, at which point stats are normalized, so maybe their extremely specific nuances will play out in a bit more pronounced fashion, end of parentheses. You could clear anything in the game, solo or multiplayer, and the only problem will be learning weaknesses, parentheses, I guess there's plugins for that now, amazing, end parentheses, and learning the way different enemies tend to move. The vast majority of enemy attacks this game can be outspaced. Very little damage is unavoidable. Dealing damage is something all classes can do within an acceptable range of each other, given equal level and gear and mag material allocation. PSO episode 1 and 2, parentheses, and 4, is not remotely as deep as its successor, PSO 2, and this emphasis on meta is more likely to push people away than educate people in any meaningful way. Never equipping an ATP weapon on a force. That's not my specialty or expectation. And pushing it is weird. Hunters and Rangers can do all the ATP stuff, and I can do all the MST stuff. There's a clear distinction made by the game. Put the slicers down. It's embarrassing compared to a force. Or comparing a force to something like a HuCast and saying, well, techs are worse because resist. No, having the 1/3 the ATP of the more combat-oriented classes makes any venture into ATP worse. Big salt. That's comment 1. Just take a moment. I'll give chat a moment to mentally recover. You know, it's like. I'm like, granted, they play GameCube, so, like, Slicer Fanatic is, like, technically not a thing. I guess. But, like, Demon Slicer's still a thing. Just play worse instead. It's like, because definitely, as I said before, I'm a big fan of, Slicer Fanatic on characters. I need to get more. Not all my forces have them. But that's something I'm not gonna rush. Like, I will inevitably get Slicer Fanatic. It gets worse in part 2. Oh, I know. See, that was like the more normal side of conversations, and I don't really need to say what I said back to them because they quoted my own text in there. So we'll continue to go through there. I might skip what I've replied back, honestly. Although some of it you kind of need for context. I guess I'll read whatever portion they decided to reply to. I'm gonna convince myself this is an elaborate troll. Yeah, you gotta prepare yourself mentally for stage 2. Ouch, I got hit by traps. That is so rude that trap spawns after you're in the room. That trap just sucks, by the way. Anyway. I don't want to read my reply in full. You could go read that on the site. It's a simple word. They quote enough that it should be obvious what they're replying to, at least. Let's scroll down. Oh my god. I forgot how long this comment was. Oh no, chat, I need to rehydrate. I'm not ready for this one. Chat, I'm not even kidding you. I opened it up on my other monitor, and it didn't fit on my other monitor, which is massive, I would just like to state. So prepare yourselves mentally for this. I'm gonna rehydrate real quick before part 2. Ooh, luck material. I left the power material behind because I just don't care, to be honest with you. Story time is more important. Okay, so he's replying to a comment I made because I will admit I gave him a little sass because I thought the comment was pretty stupid. So anyway, my comment at one point in my shorter comment was, when people don't have 3 hours to grind out, quest clear speed matters. That was one of the comments I gave to him. His reply: people are gonna need either a ton of time or a ton of carrying to reach the level that this efficiency is even remotely relevant. Not everybody is going to start brand new with a maxed out materials, parentheses, especially to min-max, and parentheses, and every single item they need to be efficient. All those items took time to farm. Yeah, I mean, but like, you're just making it take longer because you're not, whatever. So even with handouts, not like that time wasn't invested by somebody at some point, unless the items were literally gen by an admin. It's like, my point was more like, in 3,000 hours, you can do whatever you want. Or for people that don't want to be at a point where it takes 3,000 hours to be where you're at, they would probably like it in a third of that time or more, like reduced. But anyway, okay. Then he responds to my comment of, most players would not want to deal 60 to 100 damage to a 4k plus HP target in Ultimate, referencing things like your Chaos Springers, your Gibbles, your Murder Flowers, to some extent your Ilgils, but to be fair, Ilgils, you do more damage, a little more there, but just the whole concept of the mini-bosses. So he just kind of took a little snippet out of the rest of what I commented there. But anyway, so let's focus on what he's talking about here. I just categorically reject that any enemy in the entire game is taking 60 to 100 from Tex and Ultimate. Oh boy, I really want to see how he cleared Olga Flow, by the way. Even in multiplayer. Either they redid resist for PSO Blue Burst, or specifically Ephinea, or this is just hyperbole. It's really not, we've done it on stream. Also, this problem presents itself only in multiplayer, which it is more relevant in multiplayer, to be fair. What are the other people doing? Watching it happen? Why is the onus on the Force to bring out all the answers when each class has its own strength to a group? Which I just feel is really deeply ironic, given that he's talking about the strengths of the other class while talking about not using any ATA or demons with the photo roll. But anyway, we'll continue. This whole meta being boiled down to bugging out enemies by permanently stunning them with Gafoi, or trap shooting, or everybody and their dog having Excalibur defeats the entire purpose of the game. Hear that, chat? You're a filthy, depraved individual. How dare you use Excal? I'm gonna put a pipe down because I don't see somebody here. I see damage being taken. Maybe they're just doing side clears. That's fine. I'll leave a pipe either way. Give me a second as I recollect myself before the actual combat occurs. Everybody and their dog defeats the purpose of the game. If all you want is the journey to be over, here Ephinea has a sandbox mode. Just cheat everything in and pat yourself on the back because you skipped the entire meat of the game. I'm safe because I don't have an X-Cal. Fair. Okay. So then he replies to, the strong, fast, solid quest play does not bother using Gelin, which is true. Most quests don't bother using Gelin. It's not super great to use in most scenarios. Dang, all the things I earned, I should be ashamed to use them. Exactly. How dare you, Hellcleave, not play exactly like GameCube PSO and take advantage of things that are in Blue Burst? How dare you, as the player, upgrade yourself? How darest thou? But anyway, here's where we get into the big block attack. So I need to prepare myself mentally for this big paragraph. So remember, I said most people don't bother using Gelin at high level play, which I also comment that even at lower level play, she has such low defense and such low HP that most things will just knock her down and waste a lot of time. So anyway, excluding that very important point for context, he says, yeah, I guess if you just bug out at... wait, we go through that. Oh, no, I guess he said it more than once. Yeah, I guess if you just bug out enemies so everything is a target dummy that spits out a paltry amount of XP after they die, why would you? For regular players that aren't hyper-optimizing, Gelin is a godsend. It single-handedly changes the outcome of almost any fight for a force that doesn't involve set damage. The odds of being knocked down are almost nothing. I don't even know where to begin with that particular comment. I literally complain every stream in episode 4 that that Goron Detonator knocks me down as Phonu rule, despite her having literally max materials and near max defense. It still happens every single time. It's very annoying. But anyway, the odds of being knocked down are almost nothing. Requires an enemy to deal an absurd amount of damage with Gelin, which again is really common, especially with set damage. But anyway, maybe a critical from a Del Saber in Ultimate Ruins, or a punch from Gibbles. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I wanna see him multiplayer defeat everything with Tex. By the way, I want to see his jungle clear. That'll be fun. Where a handful of other enemies could deal enough damage to knock down after an adequately high level as Gelin is applied. But I guess when every single Ephinea page reads like propaganda for big berserk, and everybody runs around with 10% HP so they can whip out their dark flow, parentheses, which I guess everybody just has, despite it being exceedingly rare from a difficult boss for non-hyper-optimized groups to even beat, and slap a whole room with its special, it makes sense why you downplay the ludicrous amount of effect that damage reduction that Gelin applies. Set damage is definitely the minority damage you take in the game. Yeah, big berserk, chat, big berserk. Every enemy deals damage. Only a handful or less per zone deal set damage. Again, when you start getting comfortable with quests, just to kind of point it back to it, like, the things that are going to hit you are going to be set damage. Like, when you're playing a TTF, you are generally not going to get bodied by Hilditors or even Chaosbringer to an extent, or even, like, the Chaos Sorcerers. The thing that's going to hit you is going to be the set damage from the bosses, but... Bro, mad that PGF could be in GameCube. Yeah, pretty much. Oh boy. We still have more, by the way, chat. I was just taking a mental break, because it is a lot to read through. Exceedingly rare, chat. It's exceedingly rare. Okay. So now he's replying to, or I'm saying he, I don't really know. I'm going to say they. They then reply to one of my comments. My comment was, no, she cannot really deal with mini bosses / endgame enemies that well with only techs, without getting hard carried by others, in reference to ATP clears. Similarly to before regarding any enemy that allegedly is only taking 60 to 100 damage in multiplayer. You aren't being hard carried. I mean, I think the definition of only doing 60 to 100 damage to an enemy is definitely by definition being hard carried, but that's fine. You aren't being hard carried because other people are filling a deficit that they could fill if you could provide other benefits. But you just said you were only using tech, whatever. There's a reason there were only 1 or 2 actual examples of this occurring in your stream. What do you mean? I don't even know what stream he's referring to. I think there's literally hundreds of examples where I'm like, I specifically bring in like Bringer's Rifle, 4 Tower, and other things. Or the fact that I have to bring in ATP and like Mass Effect. So they're just talking nonsense here. And it's not a widespread concern that only people who are trying to play at the 99.99th percentile or higher will ever even care about this. Like I inquired before, are people actually going to be disqualified from party play for not playing the way your video says? Every class has to have X weapons with X units and X abilities. What's interesting is in that particular video, I actually don't even talk about equipment, so I don't even know what they're talking about there. There is a different video where I talk about recommended gear, but that one was just literally about the pros and cons of classes, so I don't know what they're talking about there. Oh, I don't know. Oh, let me back it up slightly. Where it's just not optimal enough to just, oh, I don't know, play the game. Lastly, I find it ironic you would say people don't have 3,000 hours to grind out. I would be shocked given that, oh gosh, this is so unspaced, that just your VOD videos alone, you probably have to hundreds of hours. You haven't even spent even more time playing PSO than I did back on the GameCube. So anybody who's genuinely enamored by the game is going to put the time in, whether they get boosted to holy hell by vets or not. Using the argument that not everybody is 300,000 hours, or 3,000 hours is pointless. Where I'm like, it kind of is relevant because he started the conversation off with that, but whatever. Because somebody somewhere is going to put the time in. They want a level 200 character. That's going to take a bunch of time. Takes like, it's like 80 hours. When you have all your stuff, it really doesn't take that long. That's gonna take a bunch of time. With the generous XP boost on Ephinea, somebody wants a Prophets of Motab or Psycho Wand or any of the extraordinary rare items in the game legitimately. By the way, he put that in quotes, if you're wondering why I said it that way. So in the game, legitimately, it will take a bunch of time. And if they don't, they can just want to putz around and slap some boombas one day. Then 95% of the info in your guides isn't gonna be the thing they seek out in the first place. There you go. That was the other comment. We could do one more. There's still more to read. Somehow, chat. I had to delete a comment. Hold on, I'm gonna go into my deleted one. Oh, I removed it from the notifications. Oh, I don't think I have it anymore. I did have it in my notification. It might still be in my email. Give me a second. I saw the multi-equip push was the thing you could just smash through everything if it felt like a solo. Yeah. It is what it is. I'm opening up my email. I should still have it in my email. Because I get email notifications, chat. I don't actively check my YouTube. How do I sort the email in a meaningful way? Oh, okay, here we go. So it's still in the email. It's preserved forever in email, chat. I could screenshot it later if you want. Okay, so I wrote in one of my reply comments after he sent me that, or I keep saying he, after they sent me that big wall of text. And I said, it's clear you have some big issues with Ephinea that extends far beyond the guide itself, was one of the things I told them. Which I think everybody can agree is true. I don't think that's in contention there. And the person goes, yes, cultivate the echo chamber harder. Keep everybody the same, yes. A lot of S's. What a lovely individual, chat. Slap the boomers, chat, exactly. So anyway, that comment is not on YouTube because I'm just like, whatever. So so chat, are you being brainwashed by Big Berserk when you go through the Ephinea forums? Like, yeah, I know. It's something. Oh man. I think I owe chat at least a cleaner clear because I was reading. I was doing okay. But yeah, I definitely got distracted a couple times. Oh, the hyperlinks go to some propaganda page. It's true. If you wear a certain pair of sunglasses, all the images next to all the articles actually just have the word obey instead of the image itself. A conspiracy theorist make PSO. Kind of, yeah. There you go. I was gonna say, what is Piggy's reaction having not read any of that? Hope you enjoyed the dramatization of that extremely long set of comments. Keep in mind, that was just 2 comments. All of that conversation. That's why I needed a break in between. It's like, oh boy. It's a lot to go through. As I said before, I write a lot of text. Yeah, chat, how dare you bring demons or anything useful in tower? You hit that murder flower for like 160 of its 6,000 health, and you like it. It's like even if it's like, oh, let's say for some enemies it goes as high as 160, which I think is fair. There are some enemies I think you could push a bit over 100. Being completely optimal, you could probably push it higher than that. But like, you're not gonna be doing like 600 damage to a 6,000 health enemy, right? It's just not inherently going to happen with the enemy resistant PSO. Or else it would be a lot more fun to do a lot of force only strats. So. Versus Chef access the internet taken away. So there you go. Hope you enjoyed, chat. As I said before, it's content. I know, chat. I mean, you're getting brainwashed to leave your health at 10% and Dark Flow. They put some other reply to one of my other guides. They seemed more normal on that one. I don't think it's worth reading. I think it was more they were asking why I didn't bother talking about, I think, like, the damage Sinnohs do in Seabed. When I was talking about important damage thresholds to be able to survive things. I don't remember if I talked about Jellin specifically in that video or not. Because in that particular guide, I was only talking about set damage. Apparently, you would think. I mean, yes, Retract. According to the logic, I don't see the point in referencing it if he also thinks Jellin reduces the damage to 0. That's a good point. Where I'm like, I mean, I think it's important to know in that video when you're looking to start an area, like, can you survive a Dorphon charge? Can you survive the episode 4 boss laser? Which, again, those are the things that are going to be hitting you the most when you play these kinds of quests. You might occasionally get clipped by, like, a Pyrogoron if you're out of position, but it's like, where is the majority of the damage going to be done? Usually boss battles. Unless it's Ogaflow, then rest in peace, Ogaflow. You're not doing anything. Got brainwashed by doing Christmas CF4 Dorphon resets. I know, Tiki. How dare you sully the good name of PSO and ruin all its worth by getting XCal? How dare you? How dare you hyper-optimize Tiki? One of the most common pickups for low-level players. How darest thou? Only play with J sword and techniques is true. I gotta use the pause menu to actually read the chat. That's kind of funny. Buffs here. Nice to get a couple levels on this quest. Let's change it up a little. I mean, we could go smack some Boomas if we want to follow the advice always in there. We could show that hyper-optimization doesn't matter. We can beat the big berserk allegations. Yeah, I was saying before, I thought it was actually interesting to talk about, like, set damage versus evasion. I thought that topic was actually interesting. Because I was saying, like, I do think... I don't know if I went in that comment specifically. I do think evasion is useful in challenge mode, because getting hit at all kills you. But again, it's just kind of like the strength versus weakness thing. Like, it's great to take no damage, but we shouldn't be relying on it to survive. Where sadly, sometimes you just need so many HP materials in order just to complete challenge mode due to Phone World being so under a lot of the other characters that you literally have to plan entire strategies around it. It's a bit unfortunate. I'm seeing the guy that called the JP farmers Chinese bot farmers? What? I don't think I've heard this one. He was tired of all the, quote, Chinese hieroglyphs getting all the good Excal drops. Ooh. That's a take to take. Was that in, like, the Ephinea General server? Like, where did this happen that they made that kind of comment? I mean, I'm sure, hopefully they got chewed out. Also, I'd just like to say rest in peace to the reacts in the, what is it, the trading channel? Rip to the reacts. Long live the reacts. I guess people were getting really salty about people putting certain reacts under their other posts. I did see, like, the occasional don't react to me, and then people would react under it. I do remember seeing that at one point, but I don't know if that was the actual incident for what got it banned. Someone got mad about reacts they got after bragging about reselling for PD. Oh, yeah, I was seeing some of that. I don't know if we talked about that on stream, actually. Yeah, so, well, I guess this is sort of interesting topic to bring up. So, just as a reminder, chat, like, if you're going to be in a community that involves frequent trading, people are going to pay attention to what you purchase. So, you know, there was repeated, you know, people, like, asking for lower PDs for items than what the people were selling for, and then they wait a couple of days and just resell for higher. That's pretty scummy. Like, people are gonna call you out on it. Like, is there anything like, oh, should you get banned for it? No. But do people want to trade with you afterwards? No. So just like, enjoy your short-term gains, I guess. Question mark. Yeah, just be careful when you get into trades if you decide to do those. Definitely be very wary if they want to pull it into a DM. A lot of the times when they do that, you are probably going to get shortchanged on it versus a good deal. Like, not everybody's like that, but it's like, now that there are not eyes basically keeping them honest, they could give you whatever number they want, and it's really up to them whether it's a good deal or not. Most of the time, it will not be. The people that usually care about that kind of thing will usually suggest for you to do either an auction or potentially put up a page separately from that. Yeah. Congrats on hitting 121. Quite a few levels. Leave me alone, random enemies. Ouch. I was like, I'm not sure where the group went. That's fine. I'm assuming they're just doing side rooms or something. Goodbye, Rappies. Goodbye, my life. It's okay. I was just getting my TP back by giving up Escape Doll. Did use the Escape Doll, right? Yeah. What that Escape Doll? Some people just, sometimes people don't want to public or deal with auctions too. Yeah, I mean, it's like definitely personal preference to some extent. But for those things, you just gotta be wary. I like to think that if I happen to do trades, which I do very, very, very rarely, that I'm giving a good deal to people. I have extra incentive to give a better deal. Like, not only are there multiple witnesses, but it's recorded forever. So it's like, what benefit would I have to give bad deals? None. I'd rather people be able to get what they want, save those PDs, use it for some nice upgrades. In turn, they have more characters to conquer the different levels in PSO. Cleve says, flipping stuff isn't uncommon, plus you get stuff that don't need or use it, and then have no use for it. Go back for that, I guess. I mean, it's it. Oh, I thought... Wait, where was the HP? Wait, the HP material wasn't there. Oops, I thought it was near the skip hill. Never mind, that wasn't worth. I did see the HP material, and I'm like, should probably pick it up, but I was like, it must have been in the previous room. Oh well. It is what it is when it comes to that stuff. Yeah, it might have been an extra check. I got confused. I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember seeing one. I remember purposely ignoring a power material because I was in my middle of the comments. I didn't really want to look at the radar. No worries, it's fine. If it was a PD, I would have hunted the earth for it. It's like, I would have gone back through the whole level. Like, where is it? Interesting, I could see the dots from there. Yeah. It's just kind of like one of those things. Like, I'm sitting on a ton of materials. Do I need all of them? No. Would it be good for people to potentially have other ults that are actually viable? 4 extra Heaven Striker checks and 2 extra B101s. Makes sense. I was figuring you were fighting monsters because I could see stuff pop up on the monster reader. I just wasn't paying attention to what they specifically were. Debuff, debuff. Ooh. I'm taking massive damage. If I went to a new roll, I would be dead. Come here, if we would take the Gertabulu, the world may never know. Oh man. I mean, like, I can already state if you were to just try to grant the Gertabulu, it's like a solid 2 minutes. I don't know how many casts that translates to, but it is very slow. Like, unless you establish the stun lock, then it goes like a little quicker. Then it's like a minute 30-ish. But oh boy, if you mess up that stun lock, are you punished so bad for that? And it really depends on if you have any grants boosts too. I'm assuming like low to none when you fight the Gertabulu. But I mean, it's to the point where like, am I really gonna grant a Gertabulu more than 20 times to kill it? Or am I gonna hit Zalor and then somebody will demon kill it? Or if nobody has demons, I should be the one bringing demons for earlier level play. It's like, technically I should be bringing my bringers. The problem is my ATA is kind of terrible. Even with double adept, it's like, it's passable. No worries, ertamperometer. I'm almost at the point where I can switch mags, and then ATP will be much easier to use with ATA. That should free up a slot within like maybe 10 levels or so, where I don't really need the heavenly HP for anything in particular. Once I hit like 1100, I could pump more HP materials, but then I'd be over HP'd for something I want to do later. So, like, I'm kind of walking a weird balance with the Bonumin at the moment. I wish I actually just had 100 more defense, but I'm not going to give up multiple slots for Heavenly Body for that. And to be fair, Adept is slightly improving my defense by 20. Alright, so let's switch what quest we're going to do. I think there was a ask to level a Hucus Seal. Let's do something that Hucus Seals can probably kill. Do some Forest, I guess. It's for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, like, for people that don't know about forces, like, anything that is, like, 90 resist, you're gonna be doing less than 200 damage. And there are a lot of enemies that have 90 resist as their weakness, which is unfortunate, and it takes forever in multiplayer to kill them. It's so sad. We'll officially put the RBR on screen. I was talking before, it was like Lost Hell Palash. And I think it was some kind of spaceship quest. Yeah, I think that's a spaceship. Anomalous Ordeal 4, I think, is spaceship. Sweep up Operation 12, which is okay. Let's think about what ID to play. White or yellow? I'll just do white ID. Just thinking about which... I think this is the right Cricket Bank. I had to process mentally. It's like, which one has my white ID? I think it's this one. So here's the quest where I'm completely fine. Oh, it's Spaceship and Seavet? Ew. Ew. It's like, oh. Oh, that's a lot less friendly for leveling. Because there's like Spaceship we could technically... I could like technically bring in like my blue ID Hell character, but if it's gonna take us to Seabed, like, let's not bring in level 80 people to Seabed. Level 80 people to Spaceship, I don't care. I'm like, I'll bring in the Hell, we'll be fine, but I'm like, well, the rest of that, I'm like, I don't know about that anymore. Think about that. Look at that, chat. I'm 1 ATA from naturally having Bringer's Rifle. That's so sad. Big F in the chat. So close. So we'll do some forest runs, so for people that want to level an ult, now's your time. And that NPC is MVP right now. At some point, chat, I should probably burn my coal and or Easter eggs doing stuff, or just trade it away at this point, because it has been sitting in my bank forever. Like, I still have some in this character bank, but I have like a lot more in the other ones. Like 25 coal I can't do anything with, but I think I have like 70 Easter eggs or something. Just kind of sitting there. Generally speaking, the events have been getting weaker each year, so I don't think it'll help me to hold it. Question about my character. Oh. Does this character not have a Phonumen map? Hopefully I counted the Phonumen mags I needed correctly. I was only getting 2 more for the 2 more I was gonna make, but maybe I should... Oh, wait, he already has one. Oh, never mind. It was in his inventory already. False alarm. I was like, wait a minute. I felt like I did that correctly. Yeah, it's just like, oh, it's such a big MST hit if I swap. I'm not quite at the point where I can swap that. What difficulty are we doing? Oh, we're doing whatever, Tiki. So we'll do a couple of these, but if there's somebody you're looking to level, Tiki, I don't mind helping very hard. So we'll do like a couple of forests, and then we'll get you in, Tiki, if you're looking to level. Trade prices are falling. Not sure what you mean. or like all items in general, or you just mean post-event because everybody just got like a bajillion items from Christmas? So yeah, if you need help, Tiggy, let us know. Inventory. I was gonna say, I'll welcome an excuse to unlock the game-ruining item that is Xcal. I think I only need like 2,000 more kills. I was originally gonna do, if people weren't here when we started streaming, some Photon Crystal runs. Because the worst that happens, I don't get what I want, but I unlock Xcal at the same time. So I think I tricked myself into believing that all my Photon Crystals will go to good use, because at least I'll be unlocking Xcal. Right, chat? Next level play. I was gonna say, everyone and their dog apparently has it. Also, I think I did TTF by accident. We'll clear the room and we'll reset. My bad. I mean, I'm kind of okay with clearing the initial part and then leaving. I mean, we can also just kill Dragon real quick, too. No reason not to, I guess. So yeah, let's clear this out, because it's white ID, so everything gives you items. Oh, look at that, chat. I got rewarded for my mistake. Oh, what beautiful rewards. Right, chat? That's fair. Wrong quest, get PD. Just select the wrong quest all the time, then. Yeah, we'll do a quick dragon kill, we'll do a couple Terrells. You see the handgun Milas. Hey, look at that, more PDs. We got more here than some of the episode 4 runs. Welcome, Noel, hope you're doing well. Oh man, you're not doing the big berserk, I'm so sad. I'm telling you, Chad, have fun with that. I think that'll be something that'll be quoted often. Cat, should I put that as like a command? Should I just have it randomly quote that really long comment? You're about to big berserk dragon? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I might have to do exclamation mark meme. I might have to start putting quotes in there. Oh, did we actually finish the soundtrack? Let me get dragon real quick as I click out. The game got confused what I was doing by that. We did finish the soundtrack, huh? Well, here's my backup soundtrack, I guess. So now we can reset and do the real quest. I don't feel like doing the full quest with this character. Maybe if he could wield the game-ruining Xcal, I'd consider it. We'll do a couple Terrells, and then we'll see who's around to do more. So if there are people waiting to play, just let me know. We'll help Tiggy at some point. I don't mind doing some very hard runs. I'd like to eventually unlock stuff. How many PDs I'm back up to? I didn't really count. $28 plus I made 2 photon hordes, I think. That's a lot of PDs. from just like a couple months. Oh, like, I would literally just be playing episode 4, Tiggy. Like, just casual clear with Fo Newman while holding Xcal. And speaking of which, Tiggy, didn't you need something unlocked? I definitely don't mind holding those. I accidentally accepted the dialogue clicking out. That's what I get for adjusting the video. I mean, I can at least speed it up a couple hundred kills. I think I can hold like 1 limiter and be fine. Or obviously if you had anything else that just needed to be held. Like how long that makes the box, holy. I guess I could see the minute difference that the forecast does for me, I guess. Get their 3 limiters are 10k, not bad. Oh, hold on, chat. I'm a filthy Kafoe stacker. How dare I optimize a room? Wild take, chat. Wild take. Yeah, so I think after the stream, chat, I'm gonna. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna call it meme bot. I don't know. Let's decide on a name through democracy. What do you want to have like the Insano quotes defend? I don't think they're gonna be from me for the most part. There's a flowing sword. Oh, chat, hold on. I'm about to play the game the way it's not intended to be played. Avert your eyes, chat. Oh, look at that. Oh, dirty. Oh, chat, look away. I'm defeating the spirit of PSO as we speak. Goodbye, Hildelts. Damn, chat. One day I'll get Red Saber with better stats. I have like an okay one now, but I need 2. The problem is like I have 1, but I have 2 photo rules, so it's like, that sucks. I need 1 more, and I technically won't need to hunt them anymore, but I'll probably unintentionally get them. It's just regular holdout. Nice level up. Yeah, we're just kind of playing along. Yeah, unfortunately, I was talking with Chris last week, and we were trying to figure out what days both of us were free, because I was not free Monday, Wednesday, or Saturday night. Why there won't be a stream on Saturday. I was like, I don't have like a lot of days I could do it. Your next UCAS should be called Big Berserk. Oh, that's actually a good one. And the goal is to only put Berserk items on him too, like Disco Braveman, X-Cal, Yun Chang. Live the life, chat. Gotta get him with the vices, of course. Nice photon drop. See that, chat? We're getting more rewarded playing Forest than other episodes. This is why I have complaints when we play other episodes. It's like, in theory, episode 4 will pay out, but in reality, Forests go EDs for everybody. Like, okay. Oh, Forest. So yeah, technically, the forecast rate is there. Forest 2 is going crazy, exactly. Box check while I wait. I was looking to see if anybody was moving to the next room. I know I'm immediately gonna go back. If somebody puts down a telepipe for me, I'd really appreciate it. I'm gonna go take it. Perfect. Put mine back down. Little check over here. Oh, I'm sorry, that flowing sword is 45 hit? Am I looking at that? Where's the reader wrong? Oh, the reader is wrong. That was weird. I swear for a moment it had green text there. I mean, I guess I could kill these guys for XP. Unless somebody dropped one briefly. Oh, yeah, maybe somebody dropped it, doesn't show. I am kind of surprised I beat the team here. I killed the hill delts already. I'm just gonna move on. Hold on, chat. Avert your eyes. I'm cheating PSO. Let me skip that trap. My me's paws tricking everywhere. Get out of here. There we go. By the time the team reaches me, they should be good. Unfortunately, I'm in an awkward spot. Usually I'm not alone by the time I get to this room. I'll work my way out of the corner. There we go. See, the team has arrived. Man, oh man, I would love like one more ATA from level up. Sadly though, when we did level, we didn't get the ATA. What a heartbreaker. Let the team deal with that wave. I'm gonna move on to the next room. Had to do that one. Four enemies. I killed elves. I guess I could kill them for XP. Guess there's nothing wrong with that. Don't mind me. Welcome back, Promethean. I was gonna say, Promethean, did you miss the dramatic reading of the YouTube comment? I hope you haven't. Rid of those. Oh, that's good. Red Saber with no machine. What a tease. Oops. Oh, I left a hill down there with like 60 health. Oops. Bonk. What is chat waiting for? If you fought the two hill delts where the yellow player is standing, you've already finished the wave. I'll put down a telepipe if you want. Blink. Telepipe. Okay, they're waiting for it. Good call. Glad you caught it, Promethean. Yeah, we'll immortalize it, I think, via comments. I've officially murdered everything. So if you need items, feel free to go get them, I guess. I guess I should have buffed on my way out. Waited just a little bit longer, since I ended up clearing a lot faster than I thought I would there. That'll be my fix for next time. Just wait a little longer to get them the buffs in that room. TPA, because why not? There we go. Look at that damage. Chris Big was too close to the sun. Damn. Nice level up for the team. Okay, so we'll do one more. And I might switch to a character that might be able to hard carry some TTF or something. Think about it. All I really need is shift to 20. I'm like, I have enough characters that at least we should be able to do it. We're slowly leveling up Imperameter's character. UCast has that advantage of, oh, I'm at level 120. I guess I'll just be at level 190 UR ATP or some nonsense. Like, yeah, that's fair. Not super worried about full boss damage. Pause and restart the music so it doesn't pause later. Everything can be worked out by offering a cookie. Oh no. I was gonna say, Tiki did want a power level at some point. We could throw a cookie or two in, technically, to power level. I'm saving up at least 30 for my Hue casts. I'm not ready to power level them today. I have to be in a mood to play Hue cast. After that, the forces, I don't really care. I mean, if we do it with cookies, it's whatever. I'd be down to fund PDs for cookies? Oh no. Look at what you've done, Promethean. Everybody's cookie mad. We're gonna all take turns. Yeah, I mean, it's XP week, so anything goes. I mean, if chat just wants to do some cookie runs, whatever. If he buys all my cookies, I'll sell them all. This is what Big Berserk does to people. It's tragic. Damn. So true. Oh, somebody's still near the Rappies. Oh, still got him. It's like, hold on, let me just get several thousand cookies ready. Out of curiosity, Promethean, are you, like, how many characters are holding cookies, right? Because you have, like, the character bank, right, and the share bank. But don't you have, like, several thousand? So it's like everybody just loaded? Big Berserk might be a meme, but Big Cookie's alive and real. It is named Promethean. Damn, truth. Don't mind me, I'm just killing the Hilldales for the future. Oh, okay, that's a more reasonable number. Could you imagine, though? Rip Riku. Well, on the plus side, I get to reshift a... That's fun. I mean, the PD spent to get there is probably not reasonable. It is what it is. Yeah, the Halloween cookies are good. I'm curious if they'll change how they work again this year or not. I know I was definitely ready to do some normal mode farming, and they're like, no more of that. Like, oof. My plans for the stream ruined. Big Berserk in shambles, chat. Cookies. Nice, I got my TP for later. Or somebody else TP's there, that's also fine. I don't really care where the TP is, I just need one to come back at some point. I wasn't saving for other stuff, I consider it. Oh no. I was gonna say, how many cookies does Techium have? Does that make him the #1 rival to Promethean in that order? I only have 35, it's a more reasonable number. I think it takes around 10 or 11 cookies to level a character. I think Chris wanted to level some characters with me, so I know he'll cut some of the costs when I do the QCast leveling. Yeah, I've been using them on new players. I was at like 46 or 48 or something briefly. I did get help with a lot of the cookies at least. There. Telepipe. Small-time cookie criminal. Got it. Do I have pure shock on, or am I just really good at dodging shock? Apparently I'm just really good at dodging shock. I was gonna say, Promethean's eyes lit up. It was like, no! Bye, Hilldales. Wasn't too bad. Oops. Goodbye, all the rappies left behind. Promethean's like, you will give me the cookie. Yeah, let's reapply some buffs. Reapply buffs again. A little heal for the group. There we go. Yeah. I definitely would not mind doing some of those cookie runs in the future. I was trying to go for value ones, like Green and Red, Episode 4. Or to some extent, Pink, Episode 4. Honestly, Episode 4 in general is just so strong. Your responses are too nice to haters on YouTube. Certainly some interesting comments. Rid of these. Oh, slightly too weak. Low. I'm struck down by Hilldale. Don't you alternate punches on me. Get out of here. Yeah, I still got I'm gonna make 4 Qcast, 2 Phonumen, and then a Rawcast. Maybe 2 Rawcasts? I don't remember. Because I'm trying to think what I wanted in my last slot. Like, the 2 forces would be at the top slot. I don't really want... But, like, I'll have 12 forces that are Phonumens already. I think I wanted a Ramar and one of my other free slots. Put a telepipe down for people that want to come here. Rip the journey. These are not the cookies you're looking for. Oh no. Oh, that reminds me of Promethean. I still owe you a cookie. Let me know when you want it used. The one is reserved for you forever. I went out of my way to purchase it because I saw that nobody jumped on it within 10 minutes. And I'm like, I'm just gonna pick this up for Promethean later. It was like, it was a weird hour, if I remember correctly. Not too bad, not too bad. Go down in Ziggy history. Just thinking about what I want to do. What IDs do we have? We have a good green ID. We got a purple ID. I want to play Viridian. Oh. Let's try a TTF. I'm curious. Just thinking who I should hard carry with. Necessary to be Ranger. Let's see if I can get away with Hugh Casil. Let's see. We'll try a TTF. See where we are with it. I get to enjoy some red ID. Yeah. Look at how similar in level they are, and then my poor Uniworld. I really need to just get her past just a few more levels. Like, she at least can use, like, Red Ring now, but... Man, I'm just like... I might have to switch her ID, so I'll use her a bit more. It's one of those things where... I like her as blue ID for some things, but man oh man, do I feel like she's not ready to do a lot of the things that blue ID do. But if you do, don't play Photo World. I heard they're bad at everything. Damn. As long as we get buffs, we should be fine. I love my Elf Arm plus chat. Last C unit finishing off my all yellow build. Man. What a combo of items I have. Oh, also, don't worry, chat. I'm gonna Dark Flow the whole room, according to them. I actually don't have Excal on this character. So sorry, I can't go full meme. I don't have enough Berserks. I do have Dark Flow at least, though, and Disco. Yeah, I don't think I need anything else. I do love that, like, my left stick and right stick both menu. Love the weird things I did to it. We'll see how it goes. I should be able to kill Worm. I'll probably need Bullet to kill Vault Up Phase 1. And probably Parameter and I will just defeat the rest of the bosses. I'm not too worried about that. I just figured red ID is just honestly my favorite ID. It's not even a contest when it comes to TTF at this point. It's even like the early Disca. Just like everything is so much value early. So silly. She was my strongest warrior. Yeah, there we go. Avert your eyes, chat. I used the filthy berserk. Rid of those. I'm gonna put a view strap down, let them deal with that. I'm gonna help with the next room. Unironically, I kind of want Heavenly Battle. Gonna need a few of those. It's be an easy PD save if I find one. If I don't, it's not the end of the world. Oh no. Promethean has the ... Goodbye, my HP. I'll read Promethean's comment. almost got it. It was so close. Oh, wow, that's it. Almost one shot. It's pretty close. His first video on favorites. Let me show you how to optimize the Black Mage build to the fullest. That is funny. Funny if true. I would believe. I would believe it. Oh man, that's something else. I guess I'll do slime dupin. 1, 2, 3. Dupin time, chat. I don't know. I'm assuming he's just a very salty PSO2 player, to be honest with you. I would not really be that surprised. There we go. Froze them correctly. Rid of the oh, that was such a clean wave clear. I think that was the first time that Lily kill went correctly, and I didn't waste like a million years berserking. 3 straps down for the group to kill. Oh, chat's not killing them? Rip. Oh. I don't know if I want to give direct links to the other people. I would kind of caution against that. The intent is not to harass the people. You can make fun of the opinion, though. Don't get me wrong. Oh, it's not a direct link. Oh, that's fine then. Get rid of those. Oh, it's a link to a video on the favorite. Yeah, that's fine. Telepipe is coming down. It's Jaya clock, chat. I'm gonna pay money to win. Nice lore, appreciate it. Boom, boom. 1, 2. That was fire. That was fair. I didn't lose too much money in the quest, but I still sped it up significantly by using Jaya. I don't know what Lord of the Fallen is. I don't have any comments there. Those are words stringed together that acknowledge our sentences. Context is lost on me. Rid of those. What is found heart of? Hey, look at that! Look at that. Rewarded for the red ID again. Red ID just pumping out the value every time, chat. Red ID is so good. 2 raids getting the heart, yeah. There we go. Delicious value. Prometheus declared the president's an enemy. It's a bit extreme. Goodbye, Cannabins. I hope Prometheus is joking there. Get rid of these. Oh, please don't hit me. 6 HP. Like, oh, I'm living on the edge. I'm at that 10% HP, chat. Actually, you know what? I've never tried this before. Let's go for it. Work? It does. Okay. I thought about killing the Sinnohs. Honestly, I don't care. It's not an event. I'm in trouble. Gotta move forward or I'm gonna get hit, I think. We should kill the robots. I'm just scared. Well, like, there we go. It put the fear in me briefly. Is that the first time I've ever dark flowed the Barans? I feel like the answer is yes. I don't think I've ever done that on stream before. So we're gonna rely on the spread needle stun lock here. I'll try to slow it down a little bit with Twin Blaze, make it a bit easier. Inline soccer propaganda. Been a while since I've seen that. Glad Tiggy's enjoying the music. This has become my favorite random music that I found. I've never played this game before, but we just listened to the composers. Like, it's actually pretty good. We're gonna big Berserk phase 2. Damn right we are. Oh, oops. Did it teleport? What? Why did it go backwards? I don't think it ever went past me before. Interesting. I'm assuming shenanigans are happening. My screeny's stuck. There we go. It's fun. This boss is such jank. I've just learned to deal with the jank. Just believe. Just random things will hit it and it'll get desynced. Dropping drama, radical rebel with the need to bomber. Fake MC, then I hang 'em higher. The mic is mine, time to pay the piper. Time of rhyme going off as I kick them. Oh, I almost died there. Maniac, as I cut the balances supreme with the war and challenges. Graceful, and quick like a puma. Can't catch up, so now you assume I'm swift. Got it right the first time. Your ass was through before I started the rhyme. I got the brain in the scope. Almost killed all of these. We didn't see a Jessica Brave Man drop, but we got a heart of, so honestly, can't really ask for that much more. I was gonna say, now if Colette gets the red ring in the same run, I feel like the salt would overflow from chat. Could you imagine? Retract and Colette just both getting a red ring right at the end. There would be riots. Riots in the streets. Dodge this. I'll assist with this wave. I need to get out of here. I don't want to deal with the claws. Oh, that's scary. Heart of is honestly one of the 4 skins I'd actually use. I think I got one sitting in my bank. I haven't decided what I'll do with it. Up here. Oh, I forgot. The sorcerer really doesn't like certain characters. I was looking for him and I'm like, wait a minute. Will I finally get a spread needle from this? No. Escaped although. And Girasol in here. We'll be all buffed for the boss. Not bad clear time. For several people not at max level. Fun. 2, 1. Should be good enough for now. Yeah, we're only off by like 20 seconds from like clear time, because it does add like another 40 seconds to clear all the extra checks for ruins, because we're obviously not going straight there. You know, we're killing the Arlens where we don't need to kill them. Like, there's gonna be time loss, and you know, going all the way to... Who healed me? I'm so sad. I am so sad right now. I got trolled. Rip. I'm gonna walk into this. drain our health a little more. There we go. It's like, wait a minute. At least I have Girasol to correct things. If I only advice, I'd be very sad. No worries, it happens. If it was Promethean, he'd be running after me. he'd wait till the cutscene and just star atomizer me. It would be funny though, I would admit. If he star atomizer me right there, like there's nothing you could do. Heal him again, exactly. Yeah. Here, I'm not used to the boss actually going towards me, but to be fair, it juked me. It almost put me in Dark Flow range again. Oh, I'm in trouble here. I was lined up with somebody, and I realized I was like, I can't really correct it at that point. I'm gonna go this way, because there's no way it should hit me. Wasn't too bad. Controller, seriously? That sucked. Definitely my bad, chat. My controller just didn't take any inputs. Like re-registering. Oh, I wasn't expecting the boss to linger there. Okay. I should be able to maybe kill it with Vice when it lands. Maybe. Pretty close. No red ring today. With some levels. Big Berserk has forsaken us, it's true. It's because I didn't bring Xcal. You can blame me, chat. I didn't ruin PSO. If only I brought Xcal. Let's, I guess I'll restock. A couple more of these, and then, as I said before, if there's other people that want to do other runs, just let me know. We didn't end up rotating people out today. These... Oof, that Meseta loss, though, is painful. Okay, money's going towards a good cause again. Guess I'll go get the escape dog. Inventory's full. Oh, escape dog. Also, Dango, hopefully you're feeling better. If you wanted to do any runs with us, let us know. Yeah, I don't think I finished my sentence earlier when we were talking about doing challenge mode, but yeah, Chris wasn't around. So I wasn't sure if there's anybody that would be able to fill in for the last slot in seabed. A bit unfortunate. There you go. Just disguise you're using a Psycho 1 the whole time. Confuse every player. They're figurines of the Big Berserk. It's true. I'm glad you got out of the hospital, Dango. To the best of luck and good recovery. Okay, so I think last time what I did worked. I'll just clear the. I'll help clear the first couple of waves, then leave the group to kill the final wave. Okay. So I'm gonna leave. Is it due to over-optimization? Oh no. I don't know if Dango caught that part of the stream, but it was something. So yeah, I'll figure. Oh yeah, what are we gonna call it, by the way? What command do you want to do? If you just want to have it quote random things that are hyper memorable. John, I forgot there was a second skin for Red ID. Did I see Heart of Twin Chakram in there? Big meme. Oh, it's true. Yeah, they're. Huh. I didn't even know Red got that. See, I learned something today because I don't bother looking at the wolf drops. I'll have to figure out what quotes I want from that. I mean, it's immortalized forever. It's in my email. Goodbye, my HP. Berserk, my beloved. Topo Nui. I think there's gonna be a lot of different commands that all call potentially the same thing. So whatever chat is feeling in their heart at the moment, it all just leads to the same thing. Silly dragon. Get basically frame 0 killed. Yeah, we had a live reading, Dango, of a comment I received. It was something. Let's get rid of the slimes here. Bye, Mr. Slime. 1, 2, 3. Good enough. Ooh, another good clear for the lilies. I didn't have to do more than 6 attacks. I can kill the lilies in here, by the way. I'll just put a freeze trap down. Like, they're just like a quick berserk if you just want to murder them. I just figure they're easy enough. Hold on, drop, nice. 1, 2, 3. Almost thought I got an item there for a second. I was like, wow, really, again? Art of Partisan of Lighting? Oh, I got one of those. That's from the Ruins enemy, right? Yeah, Death Gunner. Oh, Rare Slime. Well, why, hello there, Rare Slime. This complicates things. How do I kill you? I do something like this. Oh, no Lava's Cannon. I tried. The Telepipe is back up at least. I think that's the first rare slime I've seen in like 100 attempts. A bit unfortunate given we get like, what, 16 chances every TTF? You'll ruin the game? Nice. Rest in peace the 40,000 or the 30,000 or so I'm about to use upon this giant worm. You died for good cause. Oh, I'm not invincible. Oops. That's fine. He just saved me 10,000 Basetta, it's fine. That's all that happened there. Judging by the reactions, I'm assuming the combo wasn't played or informed. It was, It was a choice. Hopefully Big Berserk will be pleased. Yeah, it's true. We'll have to find our favorite quotes from the comment, though. The everyone and their dog having an Excalibur, though, that was a good one. That was a good one. That was a fast clear. I don't really want to go first in this room, but if you so please. Oh, what? Somebody triggered the other one. Oh, come on. That wasn't me. I was so far to the left. There's no way I triggered that. I got baited. Rolled by teammates. Rip my buffs. Insert Titus laugh, pretty much. We might run that game later this year. Let's see. So if you don't have an Excel, is that maybe not a dog, maybe. Paused. That's awkward. I'm going to turn on the music, but hopefully not die. Let's do a safety trimate as I touch the music. I feel like I'm gonna get clipped by something dumb. Probably up for like a couple more runs, but I don't want to be up super late. I'm kind of tired. Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier. Well, kind of mentioned earlier. I might not have a. I don't think I have it. No, not. I don't think. I know I won't have a stream tomorrow morning. I think tomorrow will need to be a break for me. So I figure I'd get in a bonus stream here. We'll continue Gujian on Sunday. So I'm like, oh, so burned out from the week. I figured before I gotta do my thing at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Just rather sleep in at that point. By my HP. It's okay, I'm making room for a future Scape Dome. Jeez. Let's see. You. Yeah, I was like, man. It's like, I think there was only one night I got home before 10 o'clock. Well, 2 nights, I guess, Tuesday and Thursday. Because like every other night, it was just like, long work trips or doing stuff with family, not coming back till like super late. What are these? Man. Yeah, we'll be picking up a lot of PSO as we come into Valentine's week. I don't know if I can promise another general stream before then for PSO. But we're not that far away from Valentine's, if nothing else. There's our Psycho 1 chance chat. This is it before, you know, about 10:30 is about, you know, on the clock is where I want to be, but I think we're still completely fine. We're not coming in at like 15 minutes doing these clears or something ridiculous. So 11 as we enter here is completely fine. Valentine's Week CCC Spam Central with Pinkle. I mean, I guess I can host some of those. I mean, I do have a pink ID Rocket Seal now. At least I have the hell things to back it up. If Tiki needs help leveling for that, we'll work out some times with Tiki. I'm so glad I dodged that Rusta. Yeah, like if things go well, I might be able to do a bonus stream, but I think it won't be XP week by the time I get back is the problem. So I'm gonna be pretty much out from, I had to guess about 11 to 4, and then I might have to do something afterwards. I guess if I don't have to do anything afterwards, in theory I could maybe level people then. But I definitely cannot be available by dinner time. That for sure. Not gonna happen. Oh, this is a very generous boss. Thank you, Falls. What are these? Sudden chanting as we go to fight balls. I guess that works. almost died there. I know, I got what a finish for Falls. And the choir picks up as the boss dies. Nice.
Dead already?
Goodbye, boss. I saw somebody level. Yeah, 14 minutes with fresh characters. Pretty solid. Eventually I'll have a Red ID Hue cast. then the runs will get accelerated by like another minute. But for now, I'm having fun with it. Wow, it even went to the piano after the reward screen. How appropriate, right, Chan? Also, I picked up a Triumph Fluid by accident. Oops, don't need that. Find another soundtrack to put on. So we're at 8 photon hordes, 55 crystals, just in the share bank. It's not bad. Restocking. How am I at 88 power material? Well, anyway, if chat did need some help with power materials, I still have a lot. These. But Tiggy's enjoying the music. Pretty close to leveling, but I'm not in a rush to get to 192. I'm at the point where, I mean, I guess having another free slot would be nice, but I already have everything I want for this kind of run. Like, I don't need a V5 unit, but once I hit a high level, I could just leave a V5 on her permanently. She already has one set aside. Just, I don't do enough runs with her for it to matter yet. I was gonna say, if you're up for it, Tiki, did you just want to do some cookie runs? And if so, what ID? I'm willing to help for like let's say like an hour. Alright. Let's get Tiggy in here. Is there anybody else that was leveling a very hard mode character? No worries. Thank you, Cliff, for bowing out. I guess we can leave Tract in there. Give Tiggy. Or if Tract wants to go, that's fine. I was gonna say, I imagine probably just blue ID, right? Bring in a blue ID character. Gotta get some unlocks anyway.
Even through the darkest nights, just close your eyes. I'll be by your side. Tender kiss and then good night.
Alright, so with us so far, we have Tiggy. Track's offering to drop. We have a free slot. Evil Seaver volunteered to do something else. But technically we have... yeah, parameter... Well... I guess it's up to you. Retract. Do I have a spare slot for a limiter? Probably. I might need to, like, very slightly shuffle my items, but I should be able to do it. Fine. So let me go host. Oops. I'll put extra letters in there. Yeah, if we wanted to do a couple, we'll do it. Yeah, go grab it, Tiki. I'll help you unlock it a little. I just gotta shuffle a god technique. Not really that hard to remove. It's more what I do with the other things. So leveling HuCast, nice. So we need a new soundtrack for this, so give me 1 second. Let's see if this soundtrack is any good. We're gonna listen to the one of the Wild Arms composers. I'm saving the Wonderful 100 for later. Because there's so many things called this. What system did this come out? CN. Sure, Promethean, if you have a few cookies. Would be appreciated. I'm gonna put away some items here. So we have Imperameter. I think he's gonna come back in soon. Hopefully we'll join in, potentially. Put away these items. Cookies coming. Throwing in 4, nice. Should be able to do this. Yeah, if I need to, I can sub out an adept for a another heavenly power. As long as I have another heavenly power, I should be good. I'm more worried about not having ATP. Should have one, right? Yeah, I got one. Oops. That's weird. I like clicked out. Oh, that's a lot of cookies. Okay. I could do another heavenly power and then remove an adept. I think that should be fine. Even if I put a limiter. Oh, Tiki's saying you don't need it unlocked. I was gonna say, did anybody have one they wanted me to just hold? I really don't care. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go back to unlocking my Lame to Argent, which is at... 8,245, not too bad. Tiki was just trolling themselves, got it. Oh yeah, they changed mat count recently, didn't they? Yeah, they did. Okay. That was the other thing that I forgot. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's a new thing, because that's not where they were before. We'll do that again if people didn't see it. That's like where the party info is currently. Which is useful, because sometimes you just want to see the total real quick. It can be kind of hard to just eyeball it. Hopefully it's here to level. Gafoe stacking, damn. Yeah, the rare item on drop is not bad. I imagine if you play like HD or like up the resolution of PSO, it's not too bad. But my resolution is a little weird. Thank you, Promethean, for the cookies and the good luck. So I'll put in 2 more cookies. I didn't really pay attention to how many I put away. Like, oops. Bring at least a couple. I believe that means we have a free slot. So if there's somebody that wants to level, let us know. Oh wait, Tiki's not here. Disregard. The dagger casting animation for Humar, pretty much. I'm like, wait a minute. Tiggy's not in the lobby. We'll give Tiggy some time. There's my Slicer Fanatic, which I'll probably use if I have to. Accuracy is actually not terrible. Thank you, Adif. Oh, you have a limiter you want me to wear? Do something like this. Oof, 0 kills? Damn. Wait, does it not tell you? Oh, because I put the weapon away. Everybody's gathered, we'll continue. Throw in 5 cookies. Yeah, this XP will be on par with Ultimate XP anyway. Let's see the tank when I'm not sleepy, some of the planets align. Aw, poor Tiggy. I'll at least get you a head start on one of them. I can't promise many kills, but I might as well as wear it. No shield before emerge it is. Oh no. Bix91 says, hello Ziggy, from last time you helped me gather some gear. I wanted to ask you what should my next step be. Remind me of what class you were playing as? I think we were talking about before you were a ranger. I think we were trying to determine if the grass assassin would work on your character. Then we found out it didn't. Then I was disappointed in PSO because I'm like, why do the forces and hunters have that access? They don't. Oh, mind blowing to me. That's fine. Oh, Ramoral? Well, I guess the question for you, are you looking for this to be mostly self-bound, or are you looking to do trades? Because your approach will change extremely drastically depending on which you are going for. Trades? Okay. Well, we have a video breaking down items that are recommended for newer characters, and that includes Raw Marl. I would say offhand, you probably already have a Charge Vulcan with hit, which isn't too bad. But I would ask yourself now, if your ID is, let's say, green ID, red ID, or purple ID, if you want to make episode 4 easy for you in the short term and give you some options for solo clears, you might want to consider Heaven Striker plus Striker unit, which you might be able to get a deal on if you're able to give them a Heaven Striker coat. Otherwise, I would just kind of fill in, if you don't already have the charge arm by this point, I would consider picking one up for like a PD. Green ID and you've already got it, okay. Heaven Striker and Mag, okay. It sounds like you're on pace then. So from there, since you have it, you would probably want to be picking quests like, for example, in the RBR today, and for tomorrow as well, just sweep up Operation 12, which is a good ID to run with green ID. Otherwise, you might be considering looking at like New Mop Operation 3 and 4. Red Needle is also very useful and very cheap. That's a good pickup. Your green ID. So green ID can do some TTF runs. So if you don't have the right items for that, again, it's more of a focus. Do you see yourself like needing more like levels at the moment, or are you just looking for like solo play? Like for example, I wouldn't recommend like solo TTF by yourself at this level, but you could probably get enough items to join a group TTF if you really wanted to. So that's where you start getting your things like your X-Cal out of the way and a nice long-range weapon to deal with falls. About 130, but mostly play random. This is a pretty solid level for TTF. So yeah, I would say at that point, you know, things like V801 plus XCal are kind of like your goal if you're looking to get Red Ring at some point, but they're not very high priority if you are just doing general clears. So do you know if you have a preference at the moment, like what you've been enjoying the most? Like, did you like Pew Pew Laser Even Beat? Did you like doing like general room clears with your character over bosses? Because at this point, if you have most of the basics, you don't need like a ton more. Most of the time, you'll be farming like potentially like Cannon Rouge, like if you join Red ID games, or technically you might get it as an off chance in Green ID with Rare Dwarf. Like it could technically happen. You might be able to get your own Galatine and save yourself some PDs there if you wanted to. Just doing like episode 4 boss. Ready for Cannon Rouge? Exactly. I mean, it sounds like you have most of what I consider to be the starting gear. You already mentioned Mag. Assuming materials is covered. That's kind of like the ooh, Heavenly Arms. That's actually a good pickup. Where is that? Going? Value. Very Hard Mode rewarding me again for not playing Ultimate. Thank you, Very Hard Mode. You made me feel better about PSO.
Perfect mayhem!
Thank you, Christogran. Welcome, Raiders. Hopefully you're all doing well today. Cookie value retrieve? Yeah, pretty much. XCal helps a little bit. It's one of those things where it's not like a big rush for you because you have other options. Heaven Striker by itself is already pretty strong. The reason you would use like XCal is more for like if you have V801 and Gazan, you'll potentially stun lock over doing that with Spread Needle because it's faster. There's just ways to clean up runs for TTF. It can help if your team is lacking raw damage in episode 4. If you want to kill like small groups of lizards more quickly, it could be nice. Also, what happened to my XP reader? XP reader, please. I had a magical journey off screen. But yeah, there's not a lot I would say you need to be like super efficient. So it's mostly just filling in the gap of, do you have your boss clear weapons? Do you have the items you need to do your runs? And if you're not sure what items those are, it's more talking about like what episode do you want to do. 4 levels from 1 run, nice. That away. Because it sounds like you have what I consider like the baseline. Like you have exactly what you need in order to do basically any run you want. Oh, here's the cookies, says Hellcleave. Sure. A lot of cookies. Let the power leveling continue. Blue ID getting to like 190 without ever really oh, I didn't talk to the guy. Damn. As soon as I saw them walk by me, I'm like, damn, I know exactly why they went by me. Forgot to. Yeah, after that, it's more kind of a journey. It's like... It's not something you want to rush necessarily. Like, eventually it'll be useful to have challenge mode weapons, which could be done at any time. The problem with them is that they require a lot of PDs, either from trading, or you need to feel comfortable with doing challenge mode itself. Like, for example, Realmarl is able to take advantage of Demon Mech Guns really easily, and well, maybe not so much for Green ID, so those would be less interesting, I would say, for you. But if you wanted to do episode 2, you would eventually need some challenge mode weapons there as well. Just from the standpoint of, like, if you wanted to do single-player shotgun stuff. That's more if you do, like, a... That would be more preferred if you were Red ID or Pink ID. It happened to be Ranger. Green ID, I don't think it has inherent value, so I don't think it's going to help you in the short term. Yeah, very hard putting in the work of, like, Ultimate. Step it up, Ultimate. Otherwise, if you're trading, I mean, like, once you have, like, I'll just list off the general items in case you're missing one. Like, if you once you get your Heaven Striker, once you get your Charge Arm, once you get your Charge Vulcan, once you have a Frozen Shooter, which I would really recommend just hunting for rather than trading for it, because it's very easy to get, to be honest. That's almost all that you need. I mean, if you're doing bosses, you're going to slip in a Cannon Rouge. Most bosses can be defeated with just Cannon Rouge and Charge Vulcans by themselves. There's some exceptions to the rule where you're recommended to have a high ATB weapon if you're looking to stun lock. Volt Up, but you could get away with a cheaper option, which it sounds like you already have with Spread Needle. Episode 4, it's recommended that you get a combination of Heaven Striker plus Striker Unit, which you also already have. Human characters are not really the best at paralyzing the Dwarfons or dealing with them. So if you don't have a demon weapon, it could save you a lot of time to pick up a demon. Echium has already beat me to it. I was slowly getting there. So from that standpoint, Slicer Fanatic is a real easy pickup point. No worries, Echium. It's good. It means we're on the same page. It's part of the big Berserk agenda. but from that standpoint, I do recommend Slicer Fanatic for just general clears. It's pretty easy to pick up. You don't even need it with like a ton of hit, to be honest, because you're raw moral. You have pretty much all the hit you need. Even like an all-zeroed one would be useful. After that, it's just kind of isolating what areas your ID is good at. So you're good at episode 4, so at some point, you might want some other items to help you paralyze enemies. Yeah. Hopefully bringing up a point that if you have any of the Christmas event items, in particular, they gave out a lot of demon handguns. Even those are fine, but you just need something to really hit them. Not Disco Prey, man. Slicer Fanatic can multi-hit the Gertabulu, which saves some time, which is kind of nice. Yeah, Green ID doesn't really have a lot of episode 2 hunts. I was kind of talking about this before. I think Green ID it's very good in the areas it is, and it's extremely terrible in the areas it's bad. It's very polarizing now, since they kind of move some of the items around. But like episode 2, honestly, I don't know what you would hunt other than P502 by killing Miracles, which that run doesn't really need a ton of items. It's gonna be easier if you have Frozen Shooter, just to lock down Miracle until you get used to the run. But that's where, generally speaking, you'll need items that will get through, like, the annoying plants quickly. So that's where you would start benefiting from Hell, for example. So you might work your way towards, like, a V502 and a Hell option, but it's not going to be as game-changing. Really, is that a 40-hit Magua? Seriously? It's not going to be as game-changing as, like, getting your first Heaven Striker and Charge Arms. Like, they're good. They can open up some runs. But unless you do those runs all the time, it's kind of not worth. Whereas, like, having, like, a Heaven Striker, especially if you end up getting one with hit percentage as you play the game, is just going to warp how you play the game. Oh, yeah, we haven't even gotten to units. Yeah, honestly, your lineup is pretty good. I mean, arguably... you just want to hit max ATA first, above all. So, like, it's good to have Heavenly Power eventually. If you have a third Heavenly Arm, it helps with just landing specials. So if you have those kinds of demon items, or if you have a lot of Charge Arms, it could be beneficial there. I'm assuming you have Ranger Wall. That one's a classic one. That one is, like, once you get that, that's good all the way to 180. There is, like, almost no reason to ever swap off of that while you're leveling. So they're at least easy to do there. ATA is already yellow, that's good. So you'll find as you level up, you'll gradually remove things like Heavenly Arms and replace them with Heavenly Power, in case you're not max ATP. Because I'm not sure what material plan you went with. I think you might have mentioned it, but I don't recall from last time. Speaking of Slicer Fanatic, I wanted to kill them while I had the weapon equipped just to get more unlocks. Enter Rock Mula, nice. Yeah, Red Ring's kind of one of those things you hunt eventually. It's You're never in a rush for it until you're like at 180. Then you're like, okay, just give it to me already. But it takes a while to get there. Honestly, it sounds like you have a lot of the starting gear. It sounds like more you just need to get into hunts. You're either gonna start finding things with value by Angry Fist in order to get upgrades yourself, or just trying to get to the point where you level while casually hunting and do okay with things. So I would definitely recommend to take some time to learn some episode 4 quests since you have Heaven Striker. Again, as a reminder, I mentioned New Mop-Up Operation 3, New Mop-Up Operation 4, which you can wait for RBR, and currently in this week's RBR is Sweep Up Operation 12. All three of those are pretty good at getting Heaven Strikers. You have chances of getting V101s, which is a natural upgrade, which you'll probably prefer to do rather than pay for them. You're already green ID. Trying to hunt for all the materials I need. I will reset it because I had all the mats while playing. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, that'll come with time. So that'll be something where, like, you could even just do, if you're trying to get materials quickly, you'll end up doing a lot of either lower difficulty stuff, like we're doing here, and just incidentally get stuff in cookie runs, or you'll end up in easier quests like Farce and Ultimate, which still gives you some value in Green ID, so if you're looking to upgrade your Frozen Shooter, and it's like Rare Enemy Week, it might not be a bad thing to try there. Generally speaking, Green ID doesn't really benefit as hard from Rare Enemy Week as some of the other IDs. So unless, like, for example, you could in theory do Rare Enemy Week with Episode 4 to try to get Cannon Rouge, but it makes it less likely for you to get Galatine. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, Green ID ends up trading more than you think it should, unfortunately. So there's times where it's just better just to do whatever you want and just kind of ignore the rules. I'm kind of surprised Galatine is not the Conjure you drop, to be honest. It is what it is. Yeah, so you'll slowly gather materials. So what'll end up happening is that as you try to go for some of these like minor upgrades, you'll probably end up hunting V502 on your own for a little bit. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you end up paying for it. And then to mix it up, you'll probably do a lot of Episode 4 during Even Beat. Because again, those are the Heaven Strikers, which you might be able to trade for. Those are potentially your Galatines. You might end up with a Centurion ability. It's more of kind of like a late game unit where it's not good to put it on early, but when you only need like 3 or 4 ATA to level, you can end up just maxing your defense and or luck while playing, and it's just kind of like a luxury unit. It's not something you want to pay for. You just, if you got it, you got it, and if you don't, you don't. It's not something you want to pay for. But it's one of those things you could realistically acquire with Green ID. You need it for Big Berserk, damn. Yeah, so at this point, you just need to kind of find a groove for what you like to do with hunts. Green ID is okay at TTF. It will get you what you need if you need the red ring. Ooh, that level up is actually huge. I needed more ATP for the other thing. If I do this... Oh, I don't equip. Damn, I needed more levels. Fortunate. Oh well, I'll be high enough level I could just wield it without any issues. Yeah, I mean, you're 130, so you're able to kind of do most quests at this point. You have like enough raw base HP, even without HP material, that you could probably survive most set damage. You're not worried about exploding like a Bonu roll going places. You don't have to be like, oh, I don't have 150 HP material and I'm not like 180, so I'm just like locked out. So at this point, it's just kind of just getting comfortable, seeing what people will end up running. You could probably safely host TTF some Episode 4. We'll have a quest guide coming out at some point. I've been kind of putting it on the back burner just because I've been doing so many things after work. I honestly just feel kind of overwhelmed. But we'll get back to that at some point in the next couple of weeks, once I find a nice day to do it. Or we'll do a little bit of guide stuff and then PSO gameplay. Tonight was just kind of originally supposed to be challenge mode, and I promised that separately, but unfortunately, not everybody was able to attend. Sometimes die to falls in one hit if they do the ice attack. My recommendation to you is to learn how to bait the ice attack so it doesn't hit you. So a lot of that is a little harder to control in public games. But generally speaking, what should happen, in theory, is that everybody picks a side. They see the boss go down, as in it's ready to attack, and then you run to the opposite side. I see people recommending Cure Freeze. I'm gonna be honest with you. It works a little bit, but I honestly just feel Ice Resistance is a better choice. So if you end up picking something up playing with other players, like if White ID is hosting a TTF and you happen to get a Heavenly Resist, I would honestly recommend that over the Cure Freeze. It's going to help you with surviving grants, helping you ignore the EDK from the kill shot, and also reduce damage from fire attack. So just find more useful than Cure Freeze. And Cure Freeze is like, it's good if you have nothing else, like, but if you're running like double Heavenly Arm, Heavenly Power, I wouldn't really give up a slot for that for Cure Freeze, and be real with you. Almost a double A's. Having a better time with 2 Heavenly Resists on my Rockcast. Yeah, I honestly like I'm not even like memeing with it. I honestly think that's like one of my favorite secret units. Like you'll never see people recommend it, but it's like genuinely so useful as you're climbing. Like it's not that hard to hit max ATP if you're already doing the build that puts you there, right? Like say if you're doing 140 power material, you're gonna cap early. And you usually only need about 2 ATA around like the mid 130, 140 range in order to cap ATA. Do you have a free unit? You might as well just become immortal to certain things. Yeah, the nice thing about that is that it even scales well. So even at like high level, depending on the character class, you might actually need that light resistance to not get knocked down by grants. So it still does something, where I feel like high level, once you have enough HP, you don't really need Cure Freeze anymore. Like if you're at 1800 health, you don't care. If you're at 800 health, 1800 health, with Heavenly Resist though, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna be tickled by attacks. I don't even need to dodge anymore. Like it makes a really big difference for you. You're like, oh, I'm free now. I can do whatever I want. I think I was mentioning before, my secret pick for the Hucasil as I was leveling her was instead of using Heavenly Arms, once I got to a certain level, I just put on Adepts, right? Because it just gave you resist, which is funny because normally you wear Adepts for the TP reduction, but I'm like, honestly, when I'm leveling, I really ended up enjoying that resist while doing TTF. That 6 to resist times 2, because I would dual wield them, is basically just a free Heavenly resist. It was kind of nice. That was my Hucasil secret tech. When I started doing that, I was like, oh, this feels so much better. It was like, I think I even told Tiggy, like when I was playing Rocket Seal, it's like, what do you do with your remaining slots as Rocket Seal? I'm like, heavily resist. I'm like, absolutely, I put that heavily resist. I think it's still on there on the Rocket Seal. I'm like, listen, I just don't want to get knocked down by grants. And if I happen to get tagged by something stupid, I have more than enough resist to just ignore it. Because the big issue with like the ranger items is the resistances are kind of awful. Especially when you have ranger wall over like red ring. Or especially if you're comparing like ranger wall to like 3 seals. But sometimes just surviving that is nice. But again, like it's not something I would recommend you like go out of the way and pay for. It's one of those things you'll just get it by playing somebody else. H-resistant adept on Rocket Seal are not a meme. I'm like, listen, you gotta get that EDK somehow. You'll do whatever it takes as you level. You don't care. Yeah, I would say at this point for fakes, you basically just need to get coverage for yourself in terms of what classes you're looking for. So once you have enough materials, which it sounds like you're on the path to doing, like no joke, you'll just kind of double up whatever basic equipment you have, like 1 Heaven Striker, 1 Charge Arm, 1 Charge Vulcan, if you're making another Ranger. And then for like 3 or 4 PDs, you now have characters to cover whenever it's not even beat. So that way you can enjoy doing like even beat raw moral, and then if you need a trap character or something like that, you just swap into the other character to cover your gaps. PSO is more about having coverage and also potentially class variety than it is just having one character all the way through. So at some point you'll need to make the decision when you'll have a second character. It's not good to do like 3 or 4 characters simultaneously. It's definitely good to build up and say, hey, I have a character that can consistently get PDs. So now, if I want to fund another character, I'm going to get all my own materials. That'll save me on costs. Depending on my ID, I might even get Heaven Strikers. I might even get Can of Rouges for myself. That's less PDs I need for the next character. You could kind of view it from that standpoint, that if you end up hunting those items, it's going to be easy as green ID to fund more Rangers for yourself for a while. But also on the flip side, if you find that you really want to just take advantage of episode 4 regardless of beat, and you're doing solo play specifically, you might want to consider a Phonuman. Otherwise, in terms of basic gear, it sounds like you have basically everything that I recommended in the video. Otherwise, it's just kind of hunting for very expensive items. Like, Demon Mech Gun is really good, but most players are not going to be like, oh, let me just fish out the 80 PDs I have in my pockets, right? Like, that's not a realistic expectation for me to give to other players. So it's like that'll be your goal. Will be like, maybe I want to get 80 PDs to get Demon Mech Guns, or I can save myself 20 to 30 PDs by just doing challenge mode myself. So you can make like little choices there and slowly kind of weed out what you want to do from there. So with better hit. Oh, you mean for like Heaven Strikers? Yeah, like you generally don't want to pay for the higher hit percentage. You just want to find those. So if you happen to get all zeroed Heaven Strikers, you're like, great, now I have more Pew Pew laser fodder. If you happen to get one with really high dark percentage, you're like, cool, now I have a weapon that just absolutely deletes falls and stuff like that. So what you'll end up doing is just making sure from green ID, you'll just kind of see like what other items do you think you would enjoy as a ranger, which we talk about, I guess, technically in our... I don't think I uploaded that on... Oh, it's uploaded on YouTube, but it's not public. We have a video talking about like endgame items. So we talk about like what hunts people do in the endgame. So we talked about things like the Power 6. Talk about like some of the 6 most important weapons you would go for. So generally you want to cover some of those at least, and you already have some of them. So for example, Heaven Striker is a really popular one. You have access to Galatine, which is one of them. Excalibur is one that you should potentially consider having an ID towards, for example. And just making sure that you have the ability to find those on your own. So if you want to trade, you could get easy value there. Or you potentially have a character that's able to do harder hunts that you might be able to pick up during events. Like, for example, D502 on, like, white ID is somewhat common. You could get away with it on purple ID as well. I think red ID technically is access, and they're not bad at it, but usually it's preferred for white or purple, especially if you're doing tower. And if you're not planning to make a hunter, a lot of the other items don't matter as much. Like, you're not going to really go hard hunting for Jayas for the most part, unless you're planning to be a hunter. Vices are still somewhat important for you to potentially get. So you'll probably make a purple ID character. When will it be available? I didn't want to release it too early. I'm not sure. I'm not ready with the rest of the guide. I kind of wanted it to come out within like a couple of days of each other. Like, the videos will be kind of like one after one after one. But I guess in theory, I can release another guide before Valentine. I should have at least a couple of videos in the backlog. Because I don't want people that are waiting for like the part 2 of the guide to be waiting like months on end. So I know as soon as I get into February, it's going to be easier for me to stream. Because January right now is like completely insane. Mr. Goron Detonator there. Oh, there we go. Look at the big demon. Yeah, we go over like common trade prices and stuff like that, because the intent is like, now that you've gone from I have nothing, I climbed to ultimate, then you did, presumably you watched like Rags to Riches, I think was the name of the video, where you're talking about, okay, I just hit early ultimate, now what? This is intended to be the final piece to the guide, where you're like, okay, I have all the basics. What should I be hunting? What IDs should I be considering? What classes are good at those kinds of things? And what kind of characters would I consider making for like my second and third characters? That should cover, I think, a lot of what you're talking about here. But again, it's going to be a very, very, very long guide, because I have to cover all the IDs. Because there's definitely pros and cons to every single ID, and there's not really a snap answer for any given question. So I want to take some time to explore it. I definitely will have a section that kind of summarizes a little bit, and it'll be like the cheat sheet. But that's going to take a while to get to, because even then I still want to challenge my assumptions with some of the IDs. So for example, I wanted to make sure when we're talking about green ID, red ID, purple, blue, pink, not only do I want to talk about the items, but I just want to name like a handful of quests. Because I feel like that's kind of the counterpart that's missing from, if you just look at a wiki, you're like, okay, I know this character's good at this, but like, what are those quests? And that could kind of leave players a little confused. Like, veteran players would know they can go and hunt miracles for V502, for example, but it will be better if I just give you, you know, here's a few samples of quests you could do in each episode. It is not a full list, but this is where you would get that item. Oh, I put in an ult, my bad. Menu too hard. So I just want to make sure for people that are looking to get like those core items on those particular characters that they're able to do so. And again, some of it covers what I consider like primaries versus secondaries. It covers things like, you know, trade value. You know, there's certain people that only care about how many PDs per second can I get. I'm not going to claim that that is going to be, you know, 1000% accurate, but I do think there are uncontested quests for value. Like there's like White ID Terrell Zigo, for example, where you just play it and it's just like it's going to get you value at some point. It's just, there are just too many items you could get from it, and the speed in which you can clear it is so quick. It is easily a top 5 quest for value. But is it the number one? That's where like I don't know if I'm gonna go that deep with it. It'll be like I can give like a general top 10 unsorted. It's not one of those ones I want to break down the exact nuance between new mop-up Operation 3 and new mop-up Operation 4. Do you know what I mean, Chad? It's like, you just have to know they exist, and you're like, you'll do whatever you prefer. They're all really good quests. Oh, how did I instantly go to lobby? So I never try to type /lobby. I have a shortcut. So one of the things I talk about in one of our other videos, if you go into chat and shortcut, you can assign /lobby and /bank to shift commands. So I have my controller set up to have both shift and that. So if I hold shift on the equivalency of shift on the controller and the F key, I will teleport out. You'll not generally see me /bank a lot. You'll see me C-bank a lot, but you'll never see me /bank. So I just have it to like, you press 2 buttons, you get what you need from it. That saves some time. See that? Look at that. We're teaching new players. It's good to ask questions. So it's like, yeah, I got tired of hitting space and typing. I'm like, there has to be a better way. And around the time of, what was it? When they banned the... Gaia just dropped, that's funny. When they banned the... all them routines and scripts, I guess, from mag feeding. People were talking about, like, well, what if I need to do this for lobbying? And that was one of the conversations that came up there. Yeah, quitting game is very slow. It's definitely good to know about that shortcut. Otherwise, you have to reselect your character, wait for it to load. And even with the faster loads, it's just out real quick. And I like it too because, as I said before, if you assign it to the controller, I don't really have to use the keyboard unless I'm specifically typing something, like a game name in. But if I'm playing single player, I legit just roll. I just roll my finger on the control stick. So you'll see, like, my game name of was just with the password of oh, I thought I tried loaded. So when I'm playing solo, I don't even bother with keyboard. Anyway, back to the Gapoe stacks. Tiggy like that. Tiggy approved. It does go very quickly. I'm like, listen, I'm not switching controllers. If we finish the soundtrack. Unfortunately, in the middle of Gafoe spamming. That was Legion. What's their next game? Okay, I'm so lost. Something happened to my sort order. I don't know what happened, other than that's not correct. It's trying to tell me the next game was from 2014, and I'm like, no. Pretty sure it's from 1990. Let's try though. Oh, we'll just listen to silence for a little bit. I'll open up a couple videos. That's kind of the downside of listening to some of the retro soundtracks. Some of them are just really, really short. There's not really much you can do about that. I was like, oh. Hopefully you get some rest fakes. Goodbye, all these enemies. Oop. Fun kill. Check the kill count out for Tiki in a little bit. That out of curiosity. Thank you for subscribing, Fakes. Appreciate it. Claim to Argent is at 8787. Limiter is at 543. Not bad. Gonna take you a little bit of time. Yeah, I figured there's so many tri-fluids that drop here that it doesn't really matter if I don't have an adept here. If I was in like normal questing, I would be annoyed just because I don't really want to get more tri-fluids between runs. Here, it's like, tri-fluid if I want it. We'll look for a new soundtrack in a second. Perfect. Okay, so let's refresh their page. I don't think that's in English. Let's see if I can find the soundtrack for this game. It's not very long, if this is the soundtrack. You know what? We'll skip it. It's too short. Alice 3 on the Mega Drive. Let's go for this one. Should I go back for Project Rockmula? I guess. Like on the fence. It's okay. I don't know if it's used at any crafting materials that we care about. It makes armors, but like it's just better to hunt those armors. Just hear the mass consumption of materials. That's how Cleave's health changes rapidly. Oh, Cleve is like, hold on, I will ascend. Welcome to 728 health, Cleve. Like, hold on, I need to survive episode 4 real quick. And done. Only at 33 Matsu's, thought I was done with them. Poor Hellcleave. Oops. Try to get for wiping my eyes as I walk by him. Leave a nice 63. Iggy probably happy to be almost 80. Love seeing the cast using the slicers. So funny. Murder is real. Their true potential is unlocked in very hard mode, but they just have traps and they have high ATP and they can demon. SOP. Ooh, photon drop. That's Angry Fist. That's not a photon drop. There we go. Anyway, back to stacking. Nice photon crystal. I do like that Intermeter's character is 126 though. Were you like 118 when we started today? The leveling is real. Oh, 113? Really? Wow, that's even lower than I thought. Goodbye, enemies. There we go. We're setting Tiggy up for Valentine's. Oakley is one of his many Who casts now almost completed. Oh, he's checking the VOD, yeah. I think 118 was the first time I registered that what your level was, but you might have been lower level before then. Oh, I got slapped. That's rude. One day, chat, this weapon will be unlocked and I'll have another X-Cal for somebody. I don't know who it'll go to. I only have like 2 X-Cals unlocked. I have Galatines just for doing TTF. Which is better than nothing. So I'm like, I'll take it. Another Photon Crystal. Eventually we'll do some single player runs. Get rid of this first. Don't mind me, just casually team pointing items as we're playing. There we go. We'll save Tiggy like, I don't know, maybe like 20-30 minutes on the Adept. Team is getting a lot of kills. I'll get some of them. But hey, better than nothing. Hopefully we'll at least put 1,000 by the end on Tiggy's item. I mean, you can cast. It's fine, Tiggy. Tiggy. Their magic rock Mula. Steel Cloak, nice. I do like that yellow ID value has been going through the roof lately. Maybe on the Congeal Cloak? I'm not gonna say no to it. I just don't have room for it at the moment. I'm looking for something. Where is it? There we go. I got all my tri-fluids. Just like, squared away. Just put away the grinders. I think I need to collect these as much anymore. Thank you. A quick kill count check. $8901, not bad. Limiter's at 657, not bad. Yeah, just thinking a couple levels, I won't even need to do double heavenly power. Be able to get away with just an adept. Yeah, I'm like maybe 3 ATP or something off or something silly. I'm so close. Okay, I got 3 cookies left. And when those 3 cookies are done, I'm going to sleep. True story. To dream of big berserk, maybe. Got my 4's worth. Nice. There we go. He's got my back on the box. Thank you. Even getting photon drops as we play. Ogaflow hitting the whole room. Yeah, maybe one day. Angry Fist, don't care about those. And menu casting is just so nice for this quest. I was just thinking, what if you just replace like some of the bad spells that forces have and just give them like upgraded versions? Like Grant should have definitely been Divine Punishment. I don't know how they'd fix Gabarda though. What would they place Gabarda with? It just being a freeze trap would be funny. Like you just activated just unlimited freeze traps. Like, hold on, force meta's coming. Exactly, I cast freeze trap. They're trying. Look, material drop, not bad. I'm so close to getting what I need here. Uh-oh. Why do I have YouTube notifications? Uh-oh. Are we gonna have a part 4 to our earlier comments? I'm curious enough to almost look. Five bazookas. Goodbye, Marissa's. Uh-oh. Oh, somebody replied to the other comment. Uh-oh. I mean, that's fine. I guess somebody else did. I don't think there was somebody that normally attends the stream. I mean, I don't think I disagree with the comment. Let's move out of the way of the Grotobulus. Goodbye. So, my defense, it was for the same video, but it was not from the other person. Heaven Striker Code, not bad. So I think I still got more PDs in value playing very hard mode today than Ultimate, but that's... It is what it is. You're just playing Big Gamba with Ultimate. You're just like, come on. Where's the payday? The payday is much higher in Ultimate compared to very hard. I mean, ideally a payday for us here would be like Ignition Cloak. It would be like an actual genuine drop. Especially if it rolled like high stats. Probably get like 34. Oh, I left the luck material behind. I gotta go back for that. It's like one of those things. Yeah, it is kind of funny that very hard mode is just like, you know what, we're gonna give you, even though there's less PDs per minute, allegedly, when you're doing Halloween quests, that doesn't matter. It might as well be the same rate as Ultimate. Oops, almost didn't get my money. We'll do a quick kill count check right at the end and give Tiggy back his item in 2 more runs. And it looks like we have Tiki basically at 80 already, which is good. They're looking like a definitely going to level with these last cookies to 80. Tiki living the dream. Yeah, most of the comment was on my comment. But then I read the rest of the comment. I'm like, oh, that's not on mine. It's like, oh, dances. Let's go here. Yeah, I don't recognize the YouTube who replied. Unless it's like a Promethean ult. Who knows? There is a comment about cookies. Get rid of one of those. Got there. Do some shift to there. Get those. Actually, shockingly, not at max MST, so levels actually still matter while I'm wearing the limiter. Read the end of the comment, yeah. That's why I'm like, Pause stream to read it, that's fair. Yeah, I wasn't sure what the comment was. That's why I'm like, it's on the same video, but I was like, it isn't the same person? So I'm like, wait a minute. I just happened to notice my YouTube bell icon while listening to music was lit up again. And this comment tells us everything we need to know who it was. Yeah, it's pretty much. So many instant deletes. So we're definitely over 1,000 kills for the lane to Archon. Adept's probably at like 800 or something, if I had to guess. If I remember correctly, the kill counts like don't count the same for the X count versus the Adept. I think I had that issue last year where like it would just get desynced for some reason. Yeah, we're at 947 kills there. We should be at like 800 or something, right? Yeah, okay. So it looks like the slash kill count command looks accurate. The other thing I was using for tracking was, I don't think, accurate. That's good. Yeah, we'll save Tiggy 10% of his grind for later. While also leveling him. I almost have a usable X-Cal, which is nice. I might just do a couple Photon Crystals to start another stream. As I said before, as we get into February, I'll fit in some bonus games. I do want to wrap up challenge mode before Easter. That's the only long-term goal. Like I don't really need it for Valentine's event, so I'm not gonna like hyper focus on it. But yeah, we'll clean it up. These. It's like we're all doing the detective work of who commented. Like, oh, okay, never mind. Tiggy's so close to 80. Come on, Tiggy, you're so close. We're gonna push you there. At least you should have it by this quest, I would assume. As long as I don't drop too many Rappies here, be good. Ooh, Marissa AA. Well, it's just kind of locking it in. A lot of XP. Ooh, boo. Wow, that insta-death is real. It's like, I'm like, yeah, there's some like random 20 ABs, 20 dark or something. Heck. He's so close. Feel it. Bye, Zoo. Nice little Zalore on the group. Get rid of these. Those. Try fluid. Go back to stacks. So close. See if Tiggy levels on the Gertibulus. Wow, Tiggy didn't level. How much did Tiggy miss it by? Oh, 1 kill. Okay. Okay. That would be why. I'm like, I felt like they should have leveled. I was like, oh yeah. Unfortunate. It is what it is. Well, we still have 1 more cookie, so we're gonna run it. Say goodbye to the cookie. We'll get Hell Cleave pretty close, at least. Some of these. Yeah, I have to think about for next Halloween what quests I want to run, because I'm presuming they're not going to revert the changes they did earlier. So originally I was gonna do a lot of Temple CCC on like lower difficulties. I still might do some just to show off the Halloween Rappy. You come in, but I definitely have to have something planned so I don't get burned out doing Halloween event. I would like to get about, say, 15 cookies. I think my last goal was to get about the same. I think we ended up getting about 30. But some of those I think were dropped by others. Versus self-found. Like we played Cookie Quest to get more cookies. Which, to be fair, might be the time to burn them. But we'll hold on to the rest for later. If they keep that up again this year. And the final cookie. Love that I'm 49% of the way through my level at 184. Very hard mode is so crazy. Alright, chat, cookie run, very hard mode. Insanity. There we go, Tiggy did it. Congrats, Tiggy. Now you're just getting extra XP to make Ultimate a little less terrible. We got Hellcleave most of the way there. 72 is not a bad level to be at. More than enough HP to survive episode 4 now. Your Fawn not looking scary. Just another box runner. Oof. One day Hellcleave will escape. We're gonna be doing something random and Hellcleave will just end up with like a 90 hit Vulcan. Like it'll just be Seabed or something, but it won't be the box run. Box runner to spin off the Blade Runner. Another Photon Crystal. Well, I have a lot of attempts at Master Swan at some, or Master Raven / Last Swan at some point. Ooh, it's gonna be for the lasers. Oof. Good luck, Hellcleave. That is a grind I never want to do. Other than it's kind of a joke while I'm waiting for people. Then I don't mind doing a box run as I wait. I will take that second luck material. Not bad. Bazoos. Is this what I'm learning? Do I need to reevaluate box run for green ID? I remember the thing about the Musashi, but I'm like, oh yeah, I guess you could do it for laser. Because I was trying to think like what else you would run in episode 2. Like that was honestly a genuine question where I was like, other than Miracle, what would you even run? Because they don't get anything from Ogaflow. So that's interesting. I could put box runs in there. You'll, if nothing else, get an honorable mention, even if I don't recommend grinding for it. Yeah, so I think I need 2 more levels, and then I don't have to worry about missing kills by 9 HP. It should just give me enough raw MST to cover the gap across a couple fireballs. I remember them being, like, okay at Seabed. I think a big issue is that like Blue ID for some reason just had like the better drop rate for Psycho Wand, which is kind of unfortunate. Do you know why they left it like that? Like why Blue ID has a better drop rate on the same enemy compared to like Viridian? I never really understood that looking at the drop charts. I'm assuming it was a conscious decision to leave them split, because they've touched that list many, many, many times at this point. But I mean, but it's on the same enemy, though. If it was different enemies, I would get it, but it's like literally the Del Beater drop odds for Psycho Wand are different. That's why I'm like, what? Why? Why is it harder on Viridian? I think Green ID is the same way. But just Blue ID gets the special pass. Oh, rip the music. Well, we are basically at the end of the run, so I think we'll not worry about swapping out the music now. Still question why Flow and Sword is a mega rare. Maybe it was the... Was it the only... Green is 8... Oh, Heaven Punisher on Del Beater. But the... Oh, it's Viridian with Psycho 1. But either way, both of them have the harder to get rate than Blue ID. Rip item, I guess. Yeah, it's like, oops. So, GG to the music. Oh no, there was another comment? Oh no, there's another comment. Oh boy, chat. Ooh, chat, we have an update. This is an emergent update. I have not read what the comment is. I'm not sure if it's stream safe. We'll find out very soon though. It was the good one? Oh no. Alright, we're continuing. It's not over apparently. Put this away. Well, now we need music. I mean, originally I was just gonna go end the video. We were all done. Fine, I'll go find some music. Give me a second. It is stream safe? Okay, that's good. Oh boy. Oh boy, spicy stream. Yeah, Dango didn't get context. Dango, I would recommend before this person ends up saying too much and getting themselves banned, you go back in the VOD where it has been immortalized. We're going to make Dango, it's to the point. We're going to add a command on stream for it. I'm gonna put it that way. So if you didn't read it, you'll see it in the future. Alright, let's read through it in just a moment. Tiggy, you probably want your limiter back. I'll go get the money. I mean, I don't mind holding on to it if you don't care about it. Just don't forget that I have it. That's all. I mean, at some point I'll probably play this character again. I don't think I got enough for the kill count. Okay. I'm gonna let the kill count go by and then we're gonna read the comment. Go get it now? Okay. So I need 800 more kills. I'm so close. The limiter is at 989. I was close to 1,000 in my defense. My goal was to get to 1,000. I was just a little shy. Okay. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna read the comment. Oh boy. Where's the comment? Oh boy, this really reads like a back in my day comment. Okay, let's prepare ourselves. Do I read the other comment that precipitated this? Okay, I don't think it's necessary to read the other comment. Okay, chat. Next part. It's very accurate. Couldn't quite figure out the tone I was getting from it. Yeah, it's like I had to double check it. Oh, we'll give Tiggy the item. Oh, this is exciting. Drop this. We're getting real stream drama. Here you go, Tiggy. It's all yours. Sorry, no. Being that I played offline the whole time, any co-op was good old-fashioned split screen. There also weren't any quests. No TTF or even episode 4. I mean, like, there should have been quests if you're playing single player. Even I had access to quests in GameCube. Anyway, I played solo for the majority. Wait, you played solo but didn't have access to quests? What version was he playing? So this notion that I was a mule or getting carried is just you being upset that my gameplay wasn't pre-trapping rooms and mowing down frozen enemies with berserk weapons. It's obvious you weren't refuting anything I've said. You're just here to attack because somebody spoke up against your streamer and you're a little in your feelings. Very cute, equally pathetic. A wiki should be for information. Anytime a comment reads, widely regarded, or widely agreed upon, it's just editorializing and not presenting facts. I mean, I guess in response to that, I presented a fact, and people agree upon it because it's a fact. It's not editorialized. Like, these are the benefits of the character, fact, which makes it so that you are stronger at clears. That's an opinion, but I present both, so I'm not really sure what that comment is in regards to. Anyway, I don't have a problem with Ephinea prior to watching these guide videos. I actually made an account and downloaded the client in earnest. Oh no, this person's playing on Ephinea? Oh man, chat, the lore gets deeper. But after hearing how Ziggy, and now you, regard just playing the game to play it, rather than shamelessly optimizing any sense of fun out of the game, I don't know why I would ever log in at... I don't even know why I would ever log in at all. It is shaming classes and forcing gear and playstyles so you can be ultra efficient. I think I'm really shaming any classes. Just saying probably don't pick them as a new character. This person is very upset, chat. It's all Big Berserk. I was like, it definitely gave me the old man yells at the back in my day when I was playing GameCube, I walked uphill both ways and didn't get a quest in either direction. like what kind of comment is that? Like, how am I supposed to, like, first of all, I definitely played quests on the GameCube. There was like the GameCube 1 and 2 Plus. I had that version of it. It had quests. I remember not being able to do them in co-op. But then he said he did a majority of his time in single player, but he didn't have quests? So did he just free play? Even in single player, instead of doing the side quests? They're an elitist and a casual at the same time. How is this possible? It's a paradox, that's for sure. So it is very, very interesting. I like also that I was like... I'm gonna go back to my other comment. Yeah, I'm just gonna read one line in my other comment. People are allowed to play with playstyles not recommended for character classes, but the whole point of the guide is to highlight what new players should consider. I think that really sums up my opinion towards it. You don't have to play with demons, with forces, but I don't want to hear that, you know, like, you shouldn't do it, which is what this person is saying. Or, like, there's no reason to do it, which is also what this person is saying. I could not more emphatically disagree with that. Oh boy, I'm missing a whole bunch of chat stuff. Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit. Let me scroll up slightly. I just can't grasp the let me play slower, do less damage, hold my own less in scenarios, all while claiming I'm playing correctly and you're blaspheming the game. I mean, like, I don't, like, so they are playing Ephinea, according to them, and they're upset that we're using Ephinea items like Excalibur and Darkflow. Like, maybe they're playing classic mode? I'm just like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with wanting to, you know, you don't like how overpowered the items in episode 4. I'm not going to say that they're well balanced. I'm not going to defend the items in episode 4. I like the content in Ephinea's quest guide and stuff like that. So, like, I'd prefer to have as many quests as possible so I don't burn out on the game. I prefer that more than going back to kind of honestly miserable drops from GameCube. Like, I remember having excitement in GameCube, getting like early Jayas, but like, I don't remember having fun grinding Ultimate in GameCube when I played. It was kind of one of those things where you got like a god battle. You know, that I guess that was exciting to get your first one. After that, it was just kind of Ubers, right? I'm not forgetting anything. There wasn't like a super defining rare in Ultimate for the most part compared to like where it is now. Yeah, like you could get like Frozen Shooter, don't get me wrong, but like there, you know, what would be like the casual bazooka, you know, is not there. Bosses didn't have really good drops, so there's like not really an incentive to ever fight them. I just remember there just being like just bad rares. Yeah, a lot of red items. That's a good point. A lot of the red weapons. Trying to guess what happened. He joined, started playing, then he tried playing with people. Some people gave him advice and he rage quit. Just a guess. I mean, like, I think you can get away with playing only techs and a lot of classes, or not a lot of classes, a lot of quests. But I also don't really want to hear when we're talking about like, when you're done with the game and you're doing TTF, like, you're generally not using tech for damage on some of the key things. Like, there's going to be a point, at some point, you at least have to hold a weapon in TTF. Unless somebody else is filling in the gap that you were refusing to fill, right? You know, it's your Excalibur for Volt Up, it's your damaging option for, you know, the different falls phases. Like, you could technically tech stack on like the spinners, I guess, but like, do people really need you to fireball on like when it's the big head phase? Not really. It'd be preferable if you had a gun and shot the final phase because it's more damage. I guess if you're foeing the final phase, it's not too bad. Retract saying nobody needs to play optimally or casual even for multiplayer. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I like how they, like, keep in mind, chat, this is not on, like, they're not commenting on a random stream. They're commenting on a guide for how characters are played and, like, where they are good or bad by talking about their strengths. Like, they have high MST, they have the barehanded cast. You know, they have all these other bonuses. We're talking about like their literal tech bonuses on the character and like how that impacts where they could be used. So question mark. I don't know what to say. Oakley says all the side story one person is and all the GameCube even without plus. Yeah, see, I think I played at another friend's house, had a memory card, so I kept my character, but didn't play until I got my own copy of plus. Plus added tower quest for sphering. I think that sounds right. Excellent, but to say it is wrong to play optimally on a guide is ignorant. Yeah, it's like he's getting upset, or I keep saying he. They are getting upset from the standpoint that I have a guide to help navigate the literally hundreds of things that characters have, including weird nuance that's not immediately obvious when you go into a guide. Like, I'll give an easy example. If you open a wiki, like, it doesn't have to be the Ephinea wiki where, you know, Big Berserk is, you know, tainting your mind. But if you open, like, PSO World, for example, like, when you look at their raw stats, nothing is really going to tell you that Fomarl shoots really quickly with Rambling May. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's just a lot of weird, specific niche knowledge that these videos give an opportunity to tell people, like, no, this character's actually really, really good with weapons. You wouldn't think it, but Fomarl has some really good options. She's really awkward with, like, sabers and is not, like, the best animation with X-Cal in particular. But, you know, you have things like potentially Last Swan, you have Rambling May, you have, like, a core set of items that kind of ties together a whole bunch of things that you might technically find on their own, but you're not able to associate them as a fresh player as to, like, that's an advantage. Like, maybe you'll look at the character, like the Hukaseel, and realize she's good at daggers, but you won't know, like, males and females have different, like, really different animations to the point where there's a preference 4 certain weapon types on them. Do you know what I mean? Or like weird little ones, like Raw Marl's just better with pistol. Like, some people will figure it out, some people don't. So it's like, it's worth noting it when we're in these kinds of videos. That game says, bro's acting like he's a fighting authority on a guide video. I don't know. Track says, can confirm GameCube at a quest because I always ran for doctor. I was like, I remember playing Battle Training. So I'm like, I know. I know those quests exist. Because that's how I learned PSO. I played at somebody's house for their birthday. And I went, cool. I brought my own memory cards so I can just do other stuff because I think we were playing Smash or something in addition to it. So I had my own character, got the game on my own, learned how to play with the basic quests. Guide equals suggestion. Yeah, it's not like I'm saying like you can't play them. That's where I just think it's like crazy. I just don't like, I can choose not to recommend it. That's the whole point of a guide. I'm not going to tell you that, you know, Faux New World should be considered ATP only and should never cast text. Like, I could say that. It would be objectively terrible to tell you to do that. And that's why I don't. Question mark. Chat saying, I also thought the gear was busted prior to playing Ephinea, then I got used to them and realized, yeah, they were busted sometimes, which is fun when you get to work to the point you get to use those things. Yeah, I think the way I view it is that it kind of takes what used to be Ubers, which, you know, you could view as a pro or a con, where people don't really want to grind out the 1 in 18,000 chance of getting a basic bazooka. Why don't you just have a stronger bazooka? So that way you can actually just be used more in quests. And granted, that ended up skewing, I think, very heavily towards the Rangers' favor, because they get, you know, B5 is a huge boost for them. You have all those ridiculous bazooka types. You have easier access to Heaven Striker, massive source of damage. So just imagine, like, trying to do episode 1 and episode 2 and you just have basic charge arm, charge Vulcan. Like, you don't have like that as strong a go-to to overcome their defenses. So characters like Rockasiel, I feel like, definitely suffered the most from that, because you didn't really have a weapon that would overcome those things. Which, granted, you know, maybe they're just saying, you know, nothing should ever overcome it, but I mean, that's the nature of any kind of service that updates over time. There's usually something that will move things on. We just listened to High Grenadier. We listened to Valis 3 before that. We're now listening to Tenchi no Yuda. But anyway, let's continue scrolling through here. GameCube lacked any real endgame unless you wanted Ubers. Yeah, we went through that. Ultimate equals get frozen shooter, red weapons. Oh, we talked about that. Oakleaf says, yeah, play GameCube with friends, couch co-op, so if I ever played it again, mainly do a Holy Grail, but to do anything else and being past GameCube, Xbox is super slow. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I totally get and agree with the appeal of the couch co-op. I wish that did not go away, but such is the progression of consoles, unfortunately. So I miss that. I don't miss the core game. I don't really want to go back to the non-upgraded version of the game. Retract says Dark Falls with text only sounds obnoxious. For like single player, I think Falls is one of the rare examples of a boss where it's actually fine. But on the flip side, I could not imagine doing Ogoflow text only, especially not in multiplayer. Holy. That boss fight must be so tedious and boring. Like, I can't even imagine how slow it is. I don't even want to try to know, because it is just abysmal. Because I'll put it this way. The boss has an ice resistance, which is okay. But it also means, like, you have to be able to rebarda them, or hope they get close enough for regular Barda, because when they go under the platform, I don't think you can hit them with regular Barda. So, like, single player, it's not the absolute worst, but it's also, like, a tech weakness where a lot of the times you're just not going to be able to hit them consistently. Like, if the boss is rotating around the arena, you're not hitting them with Rebarda. There's just time you're not able to damage or do anything. Where if the boss just had, like, a strong weakness to lightning, which it doesn't, it is 89 resistance, by the way, for that, you're just kind of waiting for the attacks to end. So, like, it has a weakness to ice, But it's kind of like the same issue with Gal Griffin. Gal Griffin is tolerable. It's not hard, it's doable as a force. Your Barda actually does damage. Actually, let me compare the two real quick. Since I want to bring these up as an example, because I'm not convinced this person has done anything in episode 2, to be honest with you. So I'll give an example. So on ultimate difficulty, Gal Griffin in single player has a weakness of ice. So funny enough, the boss doesn't really have a health difference in ultimate between single player and multiplayer, which is kind of funny. But what they do to compensate is instead of you having 50 ice resist, which isn't really all that great to begin with, because keep in mind, this you can Barda it, like Bardaing it when it's in the sky, you can chip it out. You're not going to be able to kill it before it stomps or runs in circles. I just don't see it being possible. Even if you land every single one, especially without V801, I just don't see that being possible. But then you take the same battle in multiplayer, and its weakness is now 70 ice resist. That is a very big cut in your damage. You are doing so little damage. I mean, the fact that it is 30,000 health, like, think about it, chat. Like, even optimally, it's like you're not gonna hit quadruple digits with your damage. So, like, even if you were to put in, like, a favorable number, like 999, let's say 999 ice, hypothetically, I don't feel like testing this right now or going all the way through here, but just hypothetically, if you have this high-level Barda and you're using your God techniques and you have your V801 and you have your Mace of Adamant and you have your Congeal Cloak, and for some forsaken reason you decide to take on the Barda buff merge, you're still not really anywhere competitive with ATP for those clears, especially as a faux Newman, compared to just smacking it with melee. So it's just kind of one of those things where it gets a little tankier. It goes from 560 defense to 725, which is honestly not really that big of a jump. But comparatively, you now are its weakness is now 21% more resistant to you. So you're still only doing 30% of your damage. So trying to kill it by only doing like 400s and 500s with Barda would take forever, chat. Like you just have to pick a number and go, wow, 20% less of that is exceptionally terrible if under the most optimized scenario, I'm still doing hilariously less damage. So this Gal Griffin fight goes from, you know, a very comfy, easy deletion for Rangers to this like 5 to 10 minute struggle fest, depending on how geared you are with ice boosts. Like, I just don't imagine recommending that. Like, imagine telling a new player, oh yeah, you should totally just go Ice Gal Griffin solo, it's easy. I don't know. But anyway, for people that were wondering why I was asking about Ogaflow in particular in my comments, we're gonna now go back to Ogaflow. Ogaflow has kind of insane resists to the point where it's not even possible, question mark, unless you're willing to spend like a half hour to kill it with only text. Its phase 1 isn't too bad. Its lowest resistance is 70 ice as an example. But again, it's a spell that is not favorable to the battle. It's not like a Grants that always hits. It's not lightning, which goes full screen or tracks. It's something that isn't even... It doesn't even travel that well on the platform, so you're gonna get janked on part of it. But then you go to phase 2. For people that don't know the resistances of this monster in phase 2, in single player, it is a 95 resist to everything other than Grants. And keep in mind, this is a fight where there are floating bags, constantly targeting, or constantly spinning explosive mines. There is no way you are full screen Grantsing this. So I could not imagine in single player trying to beat this boss by walking close enough to Grants over and over and over, trying to dodge all the random spinners, trying to dodge all the punish moves, trying to dodge all this, rather than just whip out a mech gun. Look, Just why, chat? Just don't do it. Just please don't do it. It's wild. I mean, like, it's just one of those things where you just take a look and it doesn't make sense. You know, the way I like to view it is like, I think Chaos Bringer is my good baseline for how unbeatable things are. So we're going to take another moment to discuss before we wrap up the stream here. So Chaos Bringer is a great example where the game is balanced around single player versus multiplayer. So for example, in single player, 30 ice weakness. Okay. You know, in, it has the same amount of health, but you know, you could do upwards of like 1,000 damage with 30 ice resist pretty realistically as faux new roll. Like that's a real number you can hit. I've done it before. You just need Mesa Adamant, Congeal Cloak, and a little bit of a buff. So not super difficult to do, right? Without, like, you still need to be pretty optimized, but you could kill them in like 3 or 4 hits, depending on how many things you've stacked. It's not too bad. Then you go to multiplayer. They go from 30 ice resist, chat, to 90. You are doing 10% of your total damage to this enemy. Like, that is wild to me. So if you did 1,200 plus damage, somehow, you are at best doing 400. And even then, that's very optimistic. It's one of those things. Like, and again, that is like, if you are so optimized in gear and spec'd out, you still cannot kill this thing before it shoots at you. Like, it's not possible. Like, there's so many casts of Barda. I mean, it'll punish you after 6 hits. I believe it's exactly 6 hits that it triggers. So if you need 10 hits to kill it, you now have to waste time like an idiot running around in circles. And that's just one of like 4 in the room. Like, it's just wild to me. Can you imagine somebody going around and bonking all the Chaos Springers? And everybody else having to deal with them because the Force just can't stop spamming techs and doesn't feel like demoning? It's crazy. I mean, I would respect them whipping out the Galatine or whatever and deleting Darkbringer. Don't get me wrong. Like, power to that for people that do it. Just saying no to Darkbringer. Crazy. Okay, let's go see what the chat has said and we'll wrap it up here. Parasitic Gene Flow wasn't even in GameCube. Well, based off of the classic mode list from Ephinea, I will agree with that, because I know for a fact Olga Flow does not drop anything. Jack says, dang, I had no idea Olga Flow's resistance were in ult until now. That's wild. Exactly. That's why I'm like, I don't even know what they were doing. Like, yes, there are some enemies you could kill with techs in all areas, but like every mini boss is like that. So it's like, you just don't do any damage. You're like, okay, I did 300 damage to a 4k health Gibbles. Do you know how useful that is in high level play? It's not useful. So like, if you're spending 3,000 hours and that's all you're doing, I mean, that's kind of wild to me. And again, there's nothing wrong with just picking quests where it's, you know, the weakness is there. I mean, like, I'll just give an easy example. Like, I'm not gonna outclear a Hildator kind of room in things like Terrell's Ego. Do I like using Razan to kill the Hildabears through walls? Yes. Am I able to kill Hildator at all by myself in multiplayer? Hell no, chat. Do you know how much health that thing has and how little damage I do with techs? Go do yourself a favor and look up Hildator. Realize how sad it is when you have to go through that, like, 6,500 health that thing has, and this rare enemy in Forest is, like, actually unkillable for you. You're like, wait a minute. I'm only doing 200 a spell? How much am I gonna do to... How many casts do we need to kill this thing? It's gonna take an eternity. It's madness, chat. Chat saying sounded true. I was more thinking that they saw the drop rate at Ephinea. Drop chance and felt like it was an uber rare because of the perceived difficulty of Olga Flow. Yeah, I think so. Though that is in part just giving the benefit of the doubt. I agree with the probably statement to that. Just looked at things and assumed instead of actually trying to understand what they're looking at. Yeah. Like, am I gonna claim I know every single enemy's resistance offhand? No. Do I know all the enemies from having played single player that were an absolute nightmare and made me not want to play episode 2? Absolutely. I could not imagine a solo tech-only run trying to deal with miracles and the elemental murder flowers, especially in multiplayer. Those things resist are atrocious. Miracle is not bad. Miracle, I think you could get away with killing with spells, but oh my gosh, the blue and yellow flowers? No way. No way, chat. That takes so long. I think it was last event. Oh no, I don't think it was on stream. I take that back. It was during last event. I was playing with Chris, and I went to stunlock the elemental flowers with lightning. So keep in mind, you're only able to do one actual meaningful source of damage to them at a time. So I tried stunlocking with lightning, and I think it was doing like 100 damage to them. It's like, this is gonna take an eternity to kill them. Please kill them. Please just demon them so I could do something. I'm like, I would have preferred to have demon there, but it is what it is. It's just one of those things, like, even if you, like, hyper-optimize every single tech, it is just, you could just get a very easy to hunt item, comparatively, and just completely outdamage it, and then you don't have to spend 2 minutes on a wave, or 2.5 minutes on a wave, when you could spend 20 seconds. Do you know what I mean? That's just what it boils down to. Chat saying, but they don't want optimized, so they're not even gonna hit those damage numbers. Right, so like you have to think of it this too, like when you're playing like on the GameCube, they're not going to have the benefit of like Ignition Cloak. Given that they said they didn't play quests, I'm not convinced they had the merges. I'm not convinced. Like, it would be more realistic to assume in the GameCube you would have used PDs on Gallon Shop to get the merges if there's no trading. Right? I mean, I guess in theory you could hunt them. But again, like, you're just kind of missing all of those like little buffs. It's crazy to me. And Endo V801 also, most importantly, on GameCube. Just atrocious. I couldn't imagine it. I don't want to go back to those days. The special flowers both have 95 effective resistance. Yep. That's, if chat is wondering why I complain about tower, it's because it's like, I literally don't feel like I do anything in a lot of those tower quests. And the reason I do play those other tower quests is because of the fact that I can actually do something due to the grouping. Like, if there's a 4-flower split where they do the cross formation, I'm like, I don't think I could do anything as the force. Sometimes they're close enough I can reson them, but like, I'm never gonna kill them. I'm gonna be here for like 3 minutes plus, and if they happen to be, you know, resistant to lightning, then, you know, double the time. If it takes like 50 to 55 casts to kill them, I have to do another 50 to 55 Rebardas. It's like, that's a lot of TP and a lot of time to do something where normal, special, normal kills an enemy. Like, if people want to do it, I'm like, it's up to you, but you're just really not going to enjoy endgame content. I do like that, though. One point, though. I do like the faux neural for solo boss clears versus falls, but consequently, I really don't like the Volt Op clear. So I'm trying to picture this person trying to solo Volt Op. I guess they never had to worry about it, because they never did TTF. Never mind, they dodged that question, because I was like, how did they get through Volt Op as faux neural? I'm like, that just seems really painful in single player. That's something I don't even like to do, and I have like the red saber and everything else, plus V801. Right, chat? I'm like, ew, I don't want to do Volt Op. Oh, speaking of take 20 years, yeah, Worm Boss takes an eternity too. So there are just so many bosses that it feels so bad. So like, I get that they're not thinking from the perspective of like towards the future, but it is like literally one of the most run quests for a reason. I'm gonna look up very briefly D-Rolay's exact resistances, so I'm not spreading misinformation. I can tell you, it got so bad to the point that I requested specific items for buff damage versus this boss. Jack says, I believe they had to beat Volt up at least once to get to Ruins, unless the only requirement was having 10 to 3 pillars. Yeah, I'm not sure about the GameCube requirements. It's a bit too long. I'm not going to claim to know anything. I did it once, maybe twice for 2 different characters in Ultimate, and then I could not tell you how to get there. Yeah, so for those that are not aware, funny enough, the shell of Day Relay in Ultimate has less resistances in multiplayer than it does single player, which is confusing why they gave up on that, why they didn't just lower resists for other monsters. I'm not really sure. But yeah, it's to the point where basically I want to have Zond in order to just break through the shell and do main damage to it. But even then, I found it incredibly difficult to not get to the point where it turns out the lights. Like, I had to hit every single hit. I had to make sure that I didn't get tech interrupted. I needed, like, purely optimized items in order for it to go from, like, it goes on the left side of the raft, then it goes over to the middle, then, you know, it leaps across, then it ends up on the other side, then it beaches again, and then it comes back around one last time. That whole process is how long it took compared to just using melee. So, you know, we're talking about one cycling when we're playing Towards the Future, where the worm boss beaches and dies instantly. With a solo force, it takes so long in Ultimate. It's not that bad on lower difficulties, though. It's actually totally fine in lower difficulties, where you could just, like, Rafoe the thing out of existence. But once you get to Ultimate, though, it's like, ugh. Yeah, to give chat an idea, in Very Hard, it only has a 20 fire resist. Whereas when you go into, let me see. Let me check its stats real quick on Very Hard. Yeah, its shells only have a 20 fire resist in Very Hard, but then when you go to the same shell in Ultimate, it has 85 fire. Just a little bit of a jump in between, chat. You know, 20, 85. So you see where, like, I was kind of incredulous with them. I don't believe somebody has played through and can honestly have, like, a very intelligent conversation about it if they are playing the Force and honestly believe that that is the way the game should be played. I would like the game to be rebalanced so that you could just win with only techs, and I think normal to Very Hard is that way. But Ultimate is not forgiving. There are just definitely times where it's like, no, if you're not partying with ATP, you're done. You pack your bags. And it's to the point it's just not worth using the techs. Where even a completely unoptimized melee strike with any of the endgame weapons that you can wield is still better than a completely fully optimized force for the same technique. It's crazy. But hey, that's what PSO 1 is. You gotta love the jank to some extent. But fortunately, as I said before, at least for single-player play, it's not too bad to be a force. I do have fun with the faux neural. We did quite a few runs with her there. I don't know if she's, like, the best at it, but I still have fun with it as we go through. I think she's the best balls killer in single-player if you're only using techs. Just because simple techs are the way to go. You don't need your Rafoe. Not saying they have to be Volt Up and tag the pillars for Ruins. Yeah, I just don't know. I imagine Volt Up was like this 12-minute ordeal of them trying to hit the monitor with no ATP weapon held. What a nightmare, chat. Actually killing all the pillars and all the monitors. Oof. 12 minutes later, GG. But anyway, that's enough of a tangent for now. We'll take a break. I guess I'll let chat know in the Discord if there's any other updates there. But we're definitely going to add some quotes in there because that's just ridiculous. So anyway, chat, let's go ahead and pause here for the night. It's okay, they challenge to take no damage. Damn, so true. The call out is real. Anyway, chat, we'll pause here. So I'll let you know if there's any other updates. I will try not to remove said person because honestly, It's very funny to me to some extent, and it's also content. You can't ban the content, chat. I'm like, what other gold mine are we gonna get from this? It's so quotable. It's so quotable, chat. You could just bring it into other servers. You talk about everybody and their dog having an Excalibur. It's great. You don't even need context, it just works. But yeah, we'll pause here. Reminder, as I said before, don't directly message the people, don't harass them. You're allowed to make fun of their opinion though. That's fine. The point is to not have new players come in and think that this is a sane kind of approach towards things, or logical. Not sane. Sane is a stretch. More logical. It's not a very logical. They're playing off of the feelings, but when they try to present feelings as facts, that's where there's a problem. Like, you can't go and say, like, oh, I'm gonna go defeat everything with text, and then go, I don't remember what enemy resists are. You can't have it both ways, chat. You just can't. It just doesn't make any sense. That game says me and my dogs have Excal. Track saying your dogs have better gear than me. Oof. But anyway, thank you all for now. Hope you enjoyed the whatever that was on YouTube. And I guess see you again next time.